And that's because we have no reason to leave our houses. So we're sitting here watching uh, a millennial play a casual 4X game. Don't deny it. I know who watches my content, okay? I know who my people are. I'm not oblivious. No joke, this screensaver talk legit makes me wish the Anno series had maps like these, because now imagining how all this would look like with logistic trucks and pedestrians going everywhere. Dude, we need to get together as like a massive community and just build a game that is like designed to build like organic dioramas through gameplay. Because I feel like Civ 6 does that a really good job. A really good job of doing that. And I think that's an interesting maybe metric to like judge how cool of a game you have sometimes. Oh god, I'm supposed to be in this screen because hold on. Shh. Guys, shh. Well, I accidentally closed my music tab, so that means I've got to start talking. Everybody knows that that's a fact. It's not a game theory, it's a fact. Um, Hello. Welcome. There's a World's Fair going on that I'm kind of blocking, but we are winning the World's Fair. There's also an aid request popping off here that we could keep track of. Now, I need to double check my notes here. Hey, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Listen, I know there's some of you out there with Twitch Primes that you could be slapping right into my back pocket. And let me ask you a question. Why haven't you done it yet? What's holding you back? I need to clear out my recordings folder. It's getting big. And not in the good way. I'm 50 plus been playing Civ since Civ 2. You remind me of my young self, except everything is worse for you young ones based. I don't think everything is worse. I think I think we're going on a tangent here, but the world has evolved in an interesting way in that through a lot of measures, the world has solved all of the problems that previous generations had, okay? We have an abundance of food, we have an abundance of opportunity, we have an abundance of technology. These were all things that previous generations had a lack of, right? Not many people have to do manual labor. Now I'm talking exclusively in the advanced industrialized West, obviously. But we've also lost things like community. People harp on religion and stuff like that. But it did give people a sense of community, which objectively made them happier, even if, whatever your opinion of it is, a community makes you happier. So we've lost some community. We've lost a sense of structure to society, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just like a lot of people are rudderless and confused about who they are, what they are, what their role is, even is their gender performative or what's their sexuality. You're trying to figure out this whole canvas of postmodern life. But we got iPhones, so I mean, life is better in a lot of ways, but it also got harder in a lot of ways. Well, I think it's also, I think a lot of people, L plus ratio pokey. Plus, I'm cutting down on Twitch. It's getting expensive to support multi 100k peeps, so I need to cut back on some. Hey, listen. My videos, okay, will always be 100% free. There's no price to entry. I might do like the occasional exclusive video or live stream or whatever, but like 99.9% of my content is completely free. You've under no obligation to pay for it. I would ask that, like, if you run an ad blocker, maybe pay for a €2 subscription or a $2 subscription to my channel. That would be it. Otherwise, just watch the videos, watch the ads, enjoy the content, participate in the community. If you have a little bit of extra or you have your Twitch Prime, throw them my way. I call out for Twitch Primes only because I know there's people sitting there who have just forgotten they have them. And it's like, I need to check my notes here before we get started real quick. So this was the recording I did that I never signed off on, right? Yeah, okay. Do you want to... So that was 37 minutes. So I want to do another about 30 minutes of that one. So that would be... Thank you very much. Bermuda, Greece, 6A. Boom, we did it. Thank you so much, Avalanche 325. We're going to get started here now. I'm going to do my intro. And, well, actually, I don't need an intro for this video.
So much about Civ. Love your content. Keep up.
You're welcome. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I helped you learn the game. I'm glad I helped you enjoy. My biggest hope, is, well, I say that's my biggest hope. Obviously, my biggest hope that my content has an effect on you as a person is A, you enjoy the content, and B, it made you enjoy whatever the game is that I'm playing, like Civ 6, for example. It made you enjoy that game more. Obviously, my biggest hope is that I make this into a career. So it would be disingenuous for me to say, it would be a bit like performative and, I just do this for the people. No, it's like within certain parameters, that is my biggest hope. Is that a Sean Bean TTS? Be still my beating heart. Yes, I paid a group of AI guys who do like voice stuff. I don't know exactly. I'm actually not even really sure how they work or what they do. But basically, they made Sean Bean into an AI voice that can read text-to-speech messages for me. And you know what? It's really cool. I like it. Do you still play Humankind? Yes. If I finish this game tonight, I'll be doing a react video of all the cultures that were released. There's 6 new African cultures coming to... That was 6 new cultures coming to Humankind in the next few days. 2 days? Don't remember. Might be tomorrow. But you know what? I'm extremely good at magically changing my clothes halfway through the episode of a video of Civ 6. And we're actually sitting really pretty here. I think a lot of what we have to do is just extremely chill stuff, like just come in here and buy a research lab. Now, I do want to make sure that I'm keeping abreast of the power situation, and I'm focusing on getting research labs in cities that are powered. I mean, realistically, the amount of power is only 5 science per turn, right? That's only 5 science per turn. But that's still, more efficient than not.
You narrated a whole summer of lawn mowing for me, with about 300 hours in Civ 6 in 2021.
Awesome. Glad I could be a part of that. If we're looking where we're going to build the research labs, they take quite a while to build. I could almost purchase a research lab per turn.
Watching you for like 3 years now. Just want to say thank you. Italy Dane videos.
Thank you so much, Andrew Boudreau as well for the 2.5 membership, and the other donors as well. I appreciate you guys. But we can almost buy a research lab per turn at this rate. So that's 20 science per turn in terms of velocity of my empire has right now. We're gaining 20 science per turn nearly. I need to think about delivering power to Ugarit, Djibouti, and St. George's. I think power delivery to here is going to be using offshore renewables, similarly over here in Ugarit and Galactica. Otherwise, we can work on that. Now, offshore renewable power doesn't appear until quite late into the game, actually, pretty deep into the tech tree. So I may as well go ahead and I'll just hard build my research lab in these cities.
Penny's hay potato ran out of time yesterday.
Actually, no.
Before returning Dido's capital. Should have renamed it Dido Sucks. A permanent reminder not to mess with you.
That's true. I should have renamed her capital to Dido Sucks. We're going to continue to focus on amassing as much gold as possible because that's supporting the empire pivot. Otherwise, I'm actually relatively happy with the status of our game. We can pretty much put all these units on sleep now. You know what we'll do? We'll get open borders with Dido before she goes, and says, "Hey, you can't have units on my border." So in particular, we're looking for trade routes with city-states. So let's double check here. We can hit Valletta from here. Perfect. We also want to be picking up a few of those. Otherwise, I think it's time that we just chill out. We kick it back. We relax it out, and we look for places where we can steal gold, like London again. We're sending another spy over there. We do need to get more spies. That's something I should actually go ahead and queue up in my capital. I probably want to plug in Machiavellianism when I hit suffrage. So there's going to be like a little bit of government retooling here coming up so that I can hit some particular things. Manchester did flip and Sheffield is flipping. Not my favorite set of things. I definitely want to trade with Kabul. Thank you so much, Pabnow, for the Twitch Prime. I love you, buddy. Do I have the money? I don't have the money for that tile, unfortunately. Yeah, so we're in a couple of turns from now, we're going to massively change how our government is ran. Which is fine. Little democratic revolution. Now we are winning the World's Fair, so there's a diplomatic victory point and 100 great people points, as well as 2 civic boosts and 50 diplo favor. So that should trigger this turn, I'm pretty sure. We got the Capis and Corolo Kredki. So rather than purchase, well, you know what I could do? I could just slow build a library for a turn or two while I get my research labs up, because the gold return on a research lab is 20 town. Let me think. In terms of gold purchasing, if I wait a turn, I can actually just get all of them. So what we'll do is we'll just hard build the library for 2 turns, and then my gold will be worth more once I switch to democracy. You actually got your stock exchange, and you can do a research lab in that many turns. Now the city of Edmonds is in quite good shape. I could probably get away with doing a neighborhood or a canal here. I wouldn't mind a neighborhood. I'll pop a canal right here. And then I'll probably pop a neighborhood right there. And then there should be like a pretty reasonable industrial zone there if we want it later. But mostly I'm just looking to throw down a couple of little pieces of infrastructure to keep that city busy. I could work scientific projects. Like that would probably be the objectively best thing that I could do. But I found myself in the recent times not quite caring as much as I used to about like rushing immediately for the victory screen, and kind of kicking back and enjoying my journey before destination. Radiant, you know what I'm saying? You gotta enjoy the trip. So CO2 levels are slowly raising, and we are rushing now for computers, so we shouldn't have any problem continuously building all those things that we need in order to prevent climate change from having consequences for us, because we are going to start burning more fuel. Remember, we are starting to build research labs, so the amount of fuel we're burning is rapidly increasing, which is as a consequence going to increase the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, which is going to increase the rate of sea level rise, which is going to cause problems for us. So we need to get on top of that. We need to be ready. What is the canal doing for me? The canal is just a fun thing to build. It lets me connect my, areas, potentially trade routes that go through it. It doesn't do anything for me. So we're going to switch out of fascism now because we're planning to no longer be at war. Democracy is a really, really cool government form because it gives us extra food and production for our trade routes to our suzerain cities, and we get envoys from sending trade routes to city-states. So, this really incentivizes us in that direction. And a 15% discount on gold purchasing is quite nice. As well, there are a couple of really important cards that come with democracy government. So I'm going to completely wipe out my government here so we can start from scratch. New Deal is incredible. 18 amenities and 36 housing is like insane value, on par with Republican Legacy. So New Deal Republican Legacy allows me to grow my empire really, really tall. I don't think I'm going to take Mercantile Legacy. That's only 41 gold. In terms of diplomatic policy cards, I feel like Machiavellianism now, when you're playing Elves of Minerva, really fits in. Sorry, if I could just show you New Deal right there because my webcam is over it. 18 amenities and 36 housing. Let's also have a think. We could potentially plug in colonial taxes here. I feel like Merchant Confederation is also quite good. A gunboat diplomacy, also incredibly powerful here if I want to just go all in on generating envoy points and not caring so much about what we get from those. Wisselbanken also really, really powerful. Makes my international trade routes even better. And I think I will plug in Wisselbanken. That's another +2 food, +2 production from trading with city-states, which is... disgusting. That means I'm getting 6/6 food and production from trading with city-states, which is like a disgusting amount. Liberalism, if I wanted to go like full amenities, I could plug in liberalism as well, and then I have like between all three of these cards that I've just plugged in, it's 18 plus 14 plus 20 amenities. That's on the order of nearly 60 amenities. That's like 52 amenities in total, which is like an insane amount. If I really wanted to plug those in, I could. And I think that kind of like appeals to me a little bit. Colonial taxes is quite powerful here. It's 100 gold per turn. Triangular trade is almost 100 gold and 20 faith per turn. And I will want a little bit of faith. I can't remember why I want a little bit of faith. But there's probably a good reason I want to have just like this doubles my faith income, which opens up some opportunities for me, maybe a national park or two, for even more amenities. I don't think free market. I definitely want the card that doubles the adjacency of my harbors and commercial hubs, because that's a ridiculous amount of gold and also just gives me actually quite a decent amount of production. I don't think public transport is quite strong enough to plug in just yet. So in terms of military policy, I have the option of military research. Levy en masse is just a good 1-point value card. That like increases my gold income. I quite like that. I think focusing on gold income here isn't like the wrong move. I think if we focus on gold income, we might be able to like do some crazy insane stuff. So if I plug in colonial taxes and the Merchant Confederation, that'll increase my gold income by quite a lot in total. And then I've got like one card left that I could maybe plug in for utility, like extra science here. Or gunboat diplomacy for the extra influence. Right now, I'm cranking out 12 influence per turn. If I plugged in gunboat diplomacy, that would be up to 16 influence per turn, which is like a 33% increase at the rate that I get envoys, which means I would be getting like an envoy every very quickly. The reason I want extra faith is because you can buy the flood walls with faith, which kind of actually tilts me now in the direction of Raj instead, because it's an extra 10 faith per turn. So I'm going to plug in Raj. So I'm feeling very, very good about this government. To quickly recap, Levy en masse, we're mostly focusing on gold, amenities, housing, and faith. And I know that sounds kind of weird in a science game that we would focus on all those things, but trust me, just watch my yields up here in the top. They're going to explode. 360, 250, 1900... 250, 360, 250, 16, 950. Okay, watch them. Boom. 442, 330, 343, 48, and then 1600. That is some serious yields popping right there, which is pretty damn good. That's very nice. Thank you so much, Quarter, for the 300 bits, and thank you so much, E2 Linux, for the 100 bits. I super appreciate you. So now we just have like insane gold potential here, right? We can buy buildings extremely cheaply and efficiently. Like I can buy a research lab every single turn. Just to put that in perspective, by the way, is I can buy a research lab every single turn. I'm already up to 500 science per turn. My empire is ridiculous, and I can't be stopped. I have too much gold. No, I did have, what's her name in here? Yeah, I need to like buy some districts in here, but the research labs are just too important for me to be spending my gold on anything else just in the short term. But yeah, I think our main goal here is to go for a science victory. I think going for anything other than a science victory here, when we have this many scientific city-states under our control that directly contribute to a win condition here, is just a mistake. Like that, like having 4 scientific city-states in our game that we can make friends with, and get sovereignty of, pretty much decided the direction we're gonna go. I actually kind of want to. If I go city centers here, the potential to be able to not have to faith purchase some of my things would be quite nice. I'll go ahead and pop myself twice for that one, and I'll vote for myself to see if I can win diplomatic victory points. Kind of an interesting one. Holy Shirt won with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate you. Should probably take breaths between the things that I'm saying so Morbers can cut them out when I'm talking to chat. We got our library in Colorado Kredki. I'll buy the university for 850 gold. And then we will go ahead and begin work on an archaeological museum just so we can keep ramping up our culture as well. We grabbed ourselves a gilded vault over in MacGyver. Let's go ahead and place the campus and slowly get to work on that one. 400 gold in the bank. Anything I can sell to the AI actually is probably like something I should do. Oh yeah, look at that. 800 gold for selling to the AI. How do you guys want to buy my strategics? Looks like a lot of people want my oil and potentially coal. So 1,000 gold from Victoria, I'll take it. And 200 from you. So I'm just trying to sell off whatever we have and then buy a couple of luxury resources. So we got another 2,000 gold in the bank, which allows me to switch over here to Pharos. And I think we want to get that commercial hub going. And then this city is basically Chuchin, right? It's exactly where we want it to be. So I'll just grab myself a library and a university in here. They're cost effective. Thank you so much, Quiet Tudin with the Twitch Prime. Really appreciate you, man. I think I wait one turn and then harvest to get the library and then immediately improve the coal. So we'll see how we do there. But yeah, our empire is absolutely popping off here, boys. Been watching you a lot on YouTube. Wanted to support you here. Thank you so much, Holy Shirts. I really appreciate you, man. The modern era ends in 8 turns, and we just started getting our stock exchanges in. I could use like an extra 100 gold if I could maybe snag it from somewhere. Should be able to just grab myself another research lab. So there is another research lab. Our science now is insane. BT dubs. It is ridiculous. Campus Harbour Commercial Hub fully built in here. If we're looking at this city in terms of its growth potential, it's got a little bit of farms. It's got a really good food surplus, so it's growing incredibly rapidly. I'm a little bit skeptical about this commercial hub. I think I do want at least one more builder in here, although we don't have builder card plugged in. So we do want to be very conservative about the number of builders that we get here. If we do want to do a lot of builders, we're going to want to make sure that we plug in that builder card. We can get a Ferris wheel over here in Megara. That's pretty good. A little bit of culture, a little bit of amenities. Help out my empire. By the way, basically, like, the amount of amenities that I'm generating right now is still not enough for my empire. Just to put that in perspective, all of these amenities that I'm getting from my government, which is like 20 from here, 15 from here, 20 for here, that's just enough to make sure that every single one of my cities is at 0 or 1 amenity. So like when you have an empire of this like girth and size, you need a lot of amenities to keep it happy. So we're taking a look at the city of Ugarit. The one thing that I'm noticing about this city is that it does not have a harbor, it does not have a commercial hub, and it doesn't have a campus. It also doesn't have a lot of growth. So we're going to go ahead and emphasize growth here in this city. We're going to go ahead and take a couple of these tiles to give it the growth potential that it needs. Just a little bit of growth potential to get it off the ground. We'll also focus on production so that this has worked. And we will slowly, I don't think we can slowly work on a food market. So what we'll do is we'll slowly build a sewer. And by the time the city's finished a sewer, it might have grown to the point where we just pop down a food market and then it's going to go somewhere. But this city just needs to grow right now because it needs to place districts that actually change the game. The campus has been finished in Manchester. We placed the library. We chopped the library. Boom. And then we can go ahead and grab a granary monument in this city as well. And we'll be able to improve that coal. Very happy. Every turn that goes by, I just get another research lab and it makes me feel happy. I kind of tempted to go for a Dark Age here, although it might be a little bit scary in terms of loyalty and some of my forward empire. The Promised Land thumbnail is hilarious. Yeah, I'm really proud of that one. Like the chat helped me out with that one. So now we have access to capitalism, which gives us access to market economy. Ooh, hello. I'm sorry, Raj, you're done. The Raj Royale is over. We're plugging in market economy. That's 38 science and 38 culture. You're not going to get much, like, you're not going to get a card that gets that kind of value in your games. God, colonial taxes is now ridiculous. What the hell do I plug out? What do I plug out? Jesus Christ. I think I have to just keep my government the way that it is. The only thing that might be worth plugging out is New Deal. Really. I'd love to plug in the builder card. That's the thing that I would love to plug in. If I could get the builder card, I'd be very happy with that. But what do I replace? I can't afford to replace anything. My economy is just a little bit too fragile at the moment. We're not going to go for class struggle. We could use science foundations. We're going to have to plug that card in order to really get some of these late game scientists. We're in the atomic era for scientists, which is here, which is when we need to start doing that. So we basically have to go for the nuclear program. We have conservation. I think we go for science foundations in the nuclear program. We might pick up ski resorts just for amenities because they give you +1 amenity in the city that you build the ski resorts. The extra spy from Cold War, I guess, is worth it. And we want to look for International Space Agency over here from globalization. So that's kind of the thing that we're rushing. If we get that, if we get the ISS card, I think we just auto win the game. Mary Catherine Goddard isn't a terrible, great merchant to grab for a war kind of focused game. And a free great artist is also just like a reasonable thing to grab. We're looking for gold steals. So we want to have commercial hubs locked in and we want to look for a new person to steal from. Ideally, I would say 1,000 gold per steal is like about like a really, really good one. So we can steal 1,000 gold every steal from Birmingham. So we'll send them over there. We've got another spy. Let's get more spies. We need to start thinking about where my spaceport is going. Mary Catherine Goddard, you can get popped in there. I'll pop one use of you in there. Angelica Kaufman, thank you so much. Huygens EV for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. I don't know. Do I need sewers here? I mean, these cities are kind of working along just fine. Probably want to start focusing science in cities that go for things. How about, actually, you know what? Let's get another canal. Let's get a fun canal. Again, not every decision I have to make, I make in this game has to be like 100% optimized in order for me to win the game. Like it's, you are allowed to make some decisions primarily for the purpose of having fun. That is a thing that you know, you're allowed to do, and I think that's something people need to like not shy away from. I think the overly pursuit of like ridiculous challenges and stuff like that might actually take away from your fun. You might ruin the game for yourself if you're not sitting back every now and again and just doing weird shit like lining up nine settlers to go through the Bermuda Triangle. You know what I mean? All right, thank you, Kublai. Don't forget to use the governor to buy districts. Right now, I'm a little bit focused on buying research labs. Um,
Benjamin Franklin may.
I don't remember what I was saying because my brain like deactivated halfway through the sentence, which is just a thing that happens sometimes in life, and you have to just kind of roll with the punches and accept that you did it. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves the research lab for 20 science. We're up to 600 science per turn. Now, I believe on turn 190, we were on 100 science. So, in the course of what, like 40 turns? 50 turns, we've sextupled our science per turn, which is, you know, quite insane. Let's build a seaside resort for a little bit of extra era score. You get 2 era score for building that for the first time. We'll start laying out some forests so that we can put lumber mills on them. We've got no trade routes with city states. Let's look for really good gold. Well, I mean, if we've got no trade for city states, we may as well just throw this back to the capital. What is my capital even called? Kokomo? X Genius. X, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, man.
The release of atom power has changed.
Nuclear program, we have access to science foundations. This is going to give us +2 great scientist points per turn for every university that we have. So that's +2 great scientist points per city, as well as +4 great scientist points per turn for every research lab we have, which is 6 in total per city. So like to put, I'll go through and talk about these numbers a little bit, but what we're going to do is basically immediately plug in science foundations, and we're going to have to make a sacrifice here on one of these bottom cards. And I think the card that I'm making a sacrifice on is Merchant Confederation. It's incredible, but it's got to go. So let me just talk about now, like if we look at the city of, say, Kolorodki here, right? We'll talk about the city for a moment. We have a campus, which innately gives us 1 great scientist point. We have a library, which gives us 1 great scientist point. We have a university, which gives us 1 great scientist point. And we have a research lab, which gives us 1 great scientist point. So we have in total 4 great scientist points per turn from this city. And then you add the extra 2 and the extra 4 from the research lab and university using the Science Foundations card. And now we're getting 10 great scientist points per turn per city that has a fully built campus. That's over double. That's over double. It's an insane amount. It's an insane amount of extra great people points. It really, really is. It's hard. I actually don't know if I can undersell it. Just how powerful that is, to get that many extra great people points. It really, really is a game changer. And just keep that in your mind. No city-states in range of the capital either. I may as well just, you know what? You over here, Edmonds, you can have some trade routes. So now the amount of great scientist points per turn that I'm producing, I think it was 43 last turn. It's computers, very nice. So we have access to flood barriers, which is really, really cool, as well as drones and 25% extra tourism and an extra spy. Yeah, we went from 43 great scientist points per turn to 87. 87 is an insane amount. And that number is going to keep growing. It's about time that we started building our spaceport. And I think, am I going to hard build my spaceport, or am I going to build my spaceport? And then the other question I have to ask is here, where am I building my spaceport? When will you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs, right? And I think it's got to be in my capital. And if it's going to be in my capital, it's got to be beside my diplomatic quarter, because the diplomatic quarter makes your districts more defensible. And if it's going to be there in my capital, then I will go ahead and grab Pingala, and I will reassign Pingala to a different city. Ideally something in the 14 to 15 population range. St. George's is looking like a good target here. So we'll send Pingala to St. George's. We'll grab Reina here and pop her into the capital. And then we're going to start saving gold so we can purchase the spaceport. This is just a great way to be able to skip the actual construction phase of the spaceport. And theoretically, if we can get suzerainty of Valletta, maybe through, I don't know, is there any texts down here that give envoys? Pick up cultural heritage, and we can. Yeah, maybe if we can pick up suzerainty of Valletta, we can start purchasing flood barriers. I'll build them. If they're only like 2 turns in some cities, I'll hard build them. Anything that's a little bit more, I'll slow build. We could massively increase our gold from this city by picking up a seaport. It's about 14 gold per turn, plus an extra 2 gold per coastal tile. So that's probably in the order of 20 gold per turn here. Really, really quite powerful. Yeah, why not? We'll pick up the harbor. I'm a big fan of seaports personally. Now that unfortunately does mean that some of my cities are going to have to kind of take a backseat. Let's go ahead and put you back at Paros. Oh god, I don't remember where Paros is in the list. There it is. Oh yeah, I still have like a city to rename. I actually, some of these cities might have got renamed and then lost in a reload. So hey, you know, that's life. Sometimes your name gets squandered in a reload. Let's go ahead and look for city-states to trade with. I would really like to trade with Valletta, actually. Where is Valletta? Valletta is over here. And you can't reach Valletta. Maybe Cabbagelandia can. If Cabbagelandia could reach Valletta, that would make me super happy. I'm going to go ahead and just have this spy work exclusively by counter-spying on the diplomatic quarter for the rest of the game to protect my spaceport and my commercial hub. I have like an absurd number of trade routes available. So that's something I need to be spending production on. Actually, I'll tell you what. You make me a trade route. We can also grab ourselves another admiral. This is a free battleship admiral. Not bad. I'll go ahead and just put him to sleep because I don't actually want another free admiral. We'll go ahead and start building more traders. We're filling out our trader limits. You can't reach Valletta for some reason. The harbor. Wow, really? The harbor? That is... Wait. If I can reach... That's not right, in my opinion. Count the tiles, okay? If I can reach Cuenca, I should be able to reach Valletta, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2. There's something fishy going on here. I don't like it. I am trading with Valletta. It is possible to trade with them. That's very weird. Let's look for gold. I'll trade with Bogota for 6 food, 7 production. I'll probably start doing that from my capital. So now it's critically important that I maintain a military alliance or some kind of alliance with Gran Colombia for the rest of the game to be able to concentrate gold and production into my capital. All trade routes. My capital is going to be essentially become like a black hole vortex of traders, so that we can get a ridiculous amount of production and food in it. All roads lead to Kokomo, essentially, is how we're going to be playing things. Go build a mountain pass next to Valletta. You know what? I'm not suzerain, though. That's the problem. The problem is I need to be suzerain to build in their lands. However, I do like the way that you think, and so I'm going to go ahead and get myself a military engineer and send it. Send it over there so we can do that and see if that changes things. We can get a library in MacGyver. That's perfect. Go ahead and get that library. And we can build a market here. Focus on the Gilded Vault. Otherwise, just build basic infrastructure like mines and stuff like that. No city-state routes is fine. We want to look for gold and then scroll down to where we actually get our allies. We could probably just do Grand Columbia trade routes and then focus on gold. So like Bogota here is 28 gold plus a huge amount of food and production. You can get open borders with Valletta with policy card. I think I have. The problem isn't open borders. The problem is in order to build things in the AI's lands, I'm pretty sure you have to be suzerain of them. There's the spaceport unlocked. However, I don't quite have the gold, nor is Reina in position yet. I'll have to wait a couple of turns until she can do it. But let's go ahead and get to work on moon landing and the Mars colony. Our goal here should be to one turn as many techs as possible. It's not necessarily always possible, but it might be possible. We also would like to pick up the Royal Society, so we'll get to work on that. We have a trader coming. This one's getting teleported to the capital. We want to just accelerate the capital more and more. Again, in terms of velocity, we want the capital to skyrocket. And so that's just going to involve things. So in terms of flood barriers here, I'm going to have to send things through. It's fine. Just get to work on that. So cheap flood barriers. So one turn until you can actually start your harbor. So I'll have to try and remember that. I wish there was a way. I wish there was like a legal way in the game to like save production in a city. Just be like, hey, do something else for like X turns. I wish I could set like a timer where the city was just like, hey, do whatever you want for 4 turns and then come talk to me. Or I could like right click the population of the city and be like, talk to me when you grow. Because I don't actually want to build this building. I just want the you must build something thing to go away. You completed your civilization's first canal. That's worth 2 era score. We just got steel as well as artillery. Perfect. Thank you so much, MD1605, for the Twitch Prime. Let's delete the military academy. We're looking for a reasonable harbor here. +4 seems okay. We'll pop you in there. We got a normal age. There's a couple of heroics and golden ages. I think we're going to go ahead and take Heartbeat of Steam. This seems like the easiest one for me to get era score because it's pretty much any building after the industrial era, which includes things like seaports that we're building, research labs that we're building. We will build a few food markets. We built some stock exchanges and we'll be building more. Probably not many factories, but there's a lot of buildings up on this end of the tech tree that we'll get era score for. So we're almost guaranteed a golden age next era. Although who knows if the game will even reach the next era? That's the real question. And speaking of a new era, it's probably time for a new episode. I love you all very much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. All right. So that is the first episode. One of the last episodes recorded. We're closing in on the late game. We're closing in on the big win. We'll get another episode started here in a minute. I'm just taking a moment to get a drink. Bermuda, Greece, 6B. Ooh, woo. Get out of here. Is the stream over already? No. Leonard Euler died in 1782, and 83, and Schrödinger was born in 1887. Euler's formula states so. What? What? Let's get started. No fussing about, no mussing, no messing. Let's just get into the next episode. Hey, Spuddies, Potato Whiskey here, and welcome to Let's Play Civilization 6 as Greece, where we are heading for a science victory. We've done some weird wormhole stuff this game, but otherwise things are looking great. We're in an incredibly dominant position. I think at the start of the last episode we had 100 science per turn, and we've almost broken nearly 600 science per turn. So we're looking to be in a fairly dominant position. The AI has researched rocketry, but I don't believe anyone else has built a spaceport, and I will be getting a spaceport next turn purchased in my capital thanks to Reina. So I'm super satisfied, super excited. I cannot wait for that to happen. And we're building things like seaports. And here's the thing: when you get into when you've won the game, when you get to the part where you start building seaports and stuff, which are super late game, super luxury buildings, when you're building them in 9 turns and you don't even care. That's how you've built an empire, you've built an engine of extreme power. Let's make sure that we renew that friendship with Simon Bolivar. And I'm actually going to I actually think I will go for the military alliance here, because that just makes it so much, sure enough, the scientific alliance optimizes for science gain, but the military alliance just makes my life so much easier when it comes to resisting war, all that sort of stuff. It just is easier. Hololive can trade with Valletta. Amazing. So Hololive can hit Valletta. Is that because that's so weird? It's so weird. Yeah, but Hololive can trade with Valletta, which should give me suzerainty, which means I can go through my cities now and faith purchase flood barriers in cities where I don't want to hard build them, which is incredible, which is why we have all this faith to begin with. We don't have a massive amount of faith, but we have enough to where we should be able to pop around to most of our cities and just grab the flood barrier where it makes sense. There is a downside to building flood barriers in that they make your empire slightly uglier. But these are sacrifices you have to make. So I think we just got flood barriers in basically every city except for this one. And using that, I reckon we're now officially done with... Oh, one more flood barrier right there. I reckon we're now officially done with flood barriers with the exception of this city. Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 cities that need flood barriers still. Like Spettercast. I'm pretty sure Spettercast can 2-turn a flood barrier. It's not a problem. But now we are completely insulated from the problem of sea level rising. So that's awesome. We now need to start thinking about next steps. We're not in a rush to get moon landing, so we could spend a bit of time filling out our tech tree, because we haven't even started firing off the Earth satellite. So if we just pick up a few techs, maybe get nuclear fission, we'll just kind of pick up a few techs, see where we go. We want to keep launching trade routes into the capital. Reina is now established, and we can go ahead and purchase our spaceport. Spaceports are 7,200 gold baseline, and then if you have the democracy government, it's 15% cheaper, so they become about 6,000 gold. So yeah, we could go ahead and immediately build our space race, and it will take us 9 turns to launch the Earth satellite. And this spaceport is defended by a spy. I would like a second spy in here. So that's something I should definitely pick up over here in this city, for example. We'll get a second spy to defend our capital, to prevent any, pillaging shenanigans from other players. But this also means that I've opened up now a bunch of gold for purchasing research labs wherever it makes sense, like over here in Spettercast. Boom, another 20 science per turn. And now that the real bottleneck here is science and production. Namely, how much production can I get into Kokomo, and how much science can I get up here in the top left. These are the 2 bottlenecks that decide how quickly I win. Basically, nothing else matters, to quote Metallica. Potato, you need 7 more trade routes. Dude, I'm literally continuously building trade routes in every city right now. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I promise you I'm trying to fill out my trade routes. So Dido is mad at me. There's a couple of people who are mad at me, but there's not really much I can do about that. More trade routes to the capital. And we're looking for city-states first, and then we're looking for trade routes with Gran Colombia because we're getting 7 food, 6 production, and 19 gold from trade routes with them. So we're continuously producing traders. We have full control over city-states. Maybe Kabul we could yoink. I think we could take control of Bandar Brunei. It's not important. Caguana isn't important. Ayutthaya would be good if I could yoink it. So I will yoink Ayutthaya. Thank you so much, Crudy Croc, for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, buddy. With Owl's Harbor combo, it's hard to keep up with the traders unless you buy them. Yeah, it really is. The sheer amount of traders you can get. Lady Six Eye captured Kumasi. Now that is a proposal that I actually do want to do something about. Kumasi. And I am in a position to do something about it. She has infantry. Where is she in the tech tree? She's about where I am in the tech tree. Where are siege boats? What are they called? Rocket missile cruisers. If I get missile cruisers, I should be able to deal with this really quickly. So I tell you what we're going to do. We are going to pivot to flight. We're going to liberate Kumasi. I was hoping for no more war this game. But we have aircraft carriers. We have flight. I just need to get myself in here in Kokomo. I'll grab myself a real quick aerodrome. Okay, it's a quick in and out war, guys, all right? It's just going to be a quick little war. We're just going to liberate Kumasi because I really like Kumasi, all right? Listen, this is where we are. Yes, we are playing World Police, but like we're doing it for the right reasons. So we're just going to liberate Kumasi. From here, maybe burn a city, probably do a bunch of pillaging, and then just walk away. We just want to liberate the city-state because I like having the city-states around, and plus it's kind of a fun thing to do to liberate a city-state, right? Let's make sure that we are geared for trading with city-states. Boom, another envoy, Caguana, Bandar Brunei, boom, boom, boom. Can you declare a protectorate war? I think it's a little bit too late for that. But I'd rather get the emergency war. I'm going to throw all of my points in there. So now we're officially at war with her. Pericles and Victoria are in on this war. That's good. We got advanced flight. So what we're looking to do here is I want how much oil am I making? I'm making 2 oil per turn, so I can safely get a pair of destroyers to form the basis of my fleet. Do I have offshore drilling? No, I need to pick up plastics, and then I need to pick up lasers. I want those missile cruisers. Battleships won't quite cut it until I have that. So we won't be able to really do much in the war for a while. So we're going to be playing mostly defensive here for the first little while. Let's go ahead and start launching the Earth satellite. We got a stock exchange in Djibouti. I have no more traders to pick up. Go ahead and build me a seaport. I'll buy you a research lab in the near future, I promise. Seaport's quite cheap. Actually, you can quickly build a research lab. You got the production for it. Let's go ahead and throw this over to the capital. My capital's production now must be like absurd if you look at it. Yeah, I have 78 surplus food in here and 110 production per turn. This is a 19 pomp city growing every 3 turns. This is the power of centralizing your trade routes into a single city. Let's keep getting stock exchange and shipyards. We just want to have like an overwhelmingly, ridiculously powerful economy. Did you build the Royal Society? I'm pretty sure I finished the Royal Society, but how quickly, the important thing to know about the Royal Society is that there's kind of 2 or 3 really important things to know about the Royal Society. How quickly I finish the Earth satellite is irrelevant because I don't have these things unlocked. I don't have the actual game-winning ones unlocked, so it's irrelevant how quickly I finish it. It only matters once I have the actual late game winning ones unlocked. So feeding builders into the spaceport is irrelevant at the moment. I would also like to position Liang nearby to be able to continuously purchase builders to feed into the spaceport, because the amount of production that builders contribute towards projects when they're used with the Royal Society is actually dependent on the number of builder charges that they have. So I would want to plug in the +2 builder charge card wherever it is, right there, before I started doing that. So for all those for those kind of gathering of reasons, I'm not worrying. Like how quickly this finishes is irrelevant for now. It's not a big deal. It's not important. There's no rush on the on Earth satellite, moon landing, and Mars colony. There's no rush because we're not one-turning techs yet. So like, and we're also diverting for an early war. Now that will become more relevant as time goes on, and I should start prepping. I should start prepping for that by positioning you in Cabbagelandia right there. So Liang will be positioned there. I'm going to reassign Reyna to the city over here. I think it's Atlantis. No, it's MacGyver, where Magnus is. And then we'll reassign Pingala to the capital. So we could just start getting prepped for that, but it's not the most important thing that I'm looking to do right now. An early war? Well, you know, a war. a pre-war. Let's go ahead and continue to siphon funds from Englandia. She has a pretty big army, but it's not a strong army is the important thing. Also, I need to like locate my oil. I have an oil there. I can never find like the oil rig symbol. I know it's in here. There's oil well. There's the offshore oil rig. So I have one there. So I'm gonna be running an oil deficit, which is fine. You can work with an oil deficit. Did any of my city states actually hit oil out of curiosity? No, it looks like most of the oil was actually hit by Maya. They have an absolute glut of oil. That shouldn't be a problem. You don't need a huge amount of oil to conduct war. Let's go ahead and see if we can buy oil from somebody. Nobody has spare oil, for real? Maya got all of the oil. Well, that's going to change how I conduct this war. I'm going to have to delete a destroyer armada because I just don't have enough oil to sustain. Do I have aluminium? This might like completely change my plans here. If I don't have any aluminium or oil. For real? None? There's one in Bandar Brunei that I could get access to. May. Are you having a giraffe? I've got no oil, no aluminium, none. Bandar Brunei is the only source. Well, we can make it work. No oil, no aluminium, no problem. Let's go send this destroyer to go die against her. Do as much damage as you can before you die. We'll be able to support 2 bombers and maybe a missile cruiser. So the lack of oil means I think I actually just move this fleet out now. And then we'll follow up with an aircraft carrier carrying 2 bombers. And then that'll be what I go to liberate Kumasi with. Unfortunately, there's a huge amount of trade routes here just about to get pillaged. That's absolutely devastating, though, to have no oil. Didn't you miss one in your empire? Did I? So if we search for aluminium.
In the hierarchy of the major poet.
I'm looking at the minimap and nothing is lighting up. Because if you go aluminium space Greece, it should say 0. Oh, 1. Oh! Oh, hello. Okay, that changes things actually. Having access to maybe 2 aluminium means I could go double aircraft, double bomber. Now that changes things, and maybe even triple bomber plus 1 fighter as defense. So that is quite good. You exist to be a place where I purchase builders from. That is your whole job. Uranium and GDRs. I mean, I'm not too many techs away from that. Let's go ahead and buy the shipyard in here. Uranium and GDRs could maybe work. It's not a completely unviable move. Yeah, but I don't have the oil to upgrade these units, sadly, so I am going to be at the mercy of any of his like fighters if he decides to bring them. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think, yeah, I need to get this aluminium online before I can start doing any bomber shenanigans. Keep trading with Grand Columbia. Keep stealing from London. Do we plan to take any cities from the Maya for oil during this war? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think this war is exclusively just for the liberation of Kumasi for my own entertainment. That's really all it is. I like Kumasi as a city-state. It's one I really enjoy playing with. Library, university, research lab, commercial hub, purchase the shipyard. This is now like an actual city. Granary monument, boom, boom. Shipyard, commercial hub, in that order. The city's probably never going to return the value that I just invested into it, but it was fun to do. We're not bringing a land army with us. There's no plane stationed there. That's good news for me. The fact that there's no plane stationed, she does have airports, which is a problem, but no planes are stationed in them, which is a good piece of news for me. Go ahead and break that. You are trading with you. Well, let me double check. Were you trading with a city-state? You were. Ayutthaya. Keep that going. We're waiting for suzerainty of Bandar Brunei. There'll be a few turns. Maybe 5 or 6 turns, depending on envoy memes. Are you doing the resource gain cards? I'm not. I don't have any resources to make that worth it, is the problem. So the first flooding just happened, and we are completely immune from it, with the exception of hopium, because I forgot to actually buy my flood barriers there. But you know what? Sometimes when you're huffing on hopium, you just need like a little smidge of copium to fix that. Now let's double check. Yeah, this was the only... place that we had issues. I lie. Let's double check, go through our cities, check for our flood barriers. Nice big old flame running through my empire. I'm loving it. Definitely not a sign of bad things to come. Yeah, so I think we've done all the flood barriers, so we're fine now. We officially dealt with the flood barrier problem. There is a little bit of collateral damage from me making a little bit of a mistake. It's not the end of the world. You are getting teleported to the capital of Kokomo. Am I dumb, or can this guy not go to Kokomo?
£5 and 0 pennies. If you have aircraft carriers, will this be? And plain sailing.
Ho ho, he made a joke. He's got jokes. We officially have now aluminium, so I can buy planes next turn and start moving them over here, and we can also get ourselves aircraft carriers. Boom. Plain sailing. I like it. It's a good meme. We update your mod collection on Steam. Was really helpful. Totally random question. I was told there aren't a lot of bugs that make noise at night in Ireland. Is that true? No, there really isn't. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, Ireland has pretty much devastated and destroyed almost all of its natural wildlife. It depends on where you are in the country. But there's very little uncultivated land here. There's very little wildland or anything like that. When do you get the green screen and green turtleneck? I tell you what. I currently have 370 subs on Twitch. If you get me 400 subs, but by the end of this stream, I will buy a green turtleneck, activate the green screen behind me, and become the floating head man, okay? That is your challenge. Anyway. Green screen is bad. It needs like a flat light source on it. So if we look at the city of Edmonds, this city is fully built. Like it is done. There's nothing left in here that I can build. Which means we just mash the campus research grants button and forget that that city exists. That's just what you do. I will build my Acropolis though, because that is worth one envoy. So let's get our battleships lined up. City of Kumasi, the bombardment has begun. Let's make sure we have destroyers in flanking and defensive locations. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the Twitch Prime. And Ochi giving out 2 gifted subs. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's go ahead and counter spy on the spaceport. Boom, perfect. Apparently, I can't build tunnels. Have I not researched that tech? Am I dumb? I swear, you can't build mountain tunnels in neutral territory. Interesting revelation. Potato will stop streaming at 399 subs. True. What's best for Potato? Where's the best place to watch? Watch where you're most happy and comfortable. That's why things are the way they are. You watch where you're happy to. In Kokomo, we're going to go ahead and gold purchase our bomber. Boom. They're 1900 gold each. That's our first bomber. We have the aluminium for it. Let's continue to bombard Kumasi. The AI is not mounting a very good defense. I imagine their army is a little bit distracted by Englandia here. Perfect. Oh my god. Firelord Rishi just donated 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Trog also. Thank you so much, Trog. I really appreciate you, dude. We're waiting for Bandit Renai. I love how he's clicking every tile around the oil and still tunnel visioning. Well, there's no point in using the oil right now. You know what I'm saying? The whole point of using the oil was to upgrade these ships, but these ships are in the combat zone, so what am I going to do? Upgrade ships? You know what I mean? Let's grab the bomber and rebase it to the aircraft carrier, and then we want to do that one more time. I probably honestly don't need the bomber. I'm just being like overly cautious here. And you should still be in range if I do that. I'll just go ahead and take a little promotion. And a little promotion. Being able to defend against air attacks would be quite nice. We will grab Abu Salam, who would tech boost all of these techs. That's actually really based. You might not think it, but the actual real bottleneck here. Now the problem is I pass And then I get Carl Sagan, who will propel me through the game slightly faster, potentially. And he was the last great scientist in the game that I was going to get. So it was either... I'm kind of sad that I didn't get Stephanie Kwolek. She would have been the best one to get, but Carl Sagan is good enough, in my opinion. He'll give us a good finish to the game. Especially because I'll get 2 charges of Carl Sagan, I believe. Oh, no, he's a great scientist. Never mind. Well, then we need to start thinking about great engineers. Thank you. Holy crap. Yeah, we're up to 396. I think you guys did it. I'm gonna go ahead and open up my notepad and type in buy a green... What was it? A green... What was it you wanted me to get? A green suit thing? Green turtleneck. For stream meme. You guys hit it. You hit the goal. You did it. We're at 396. Thank you guys so much. We'll get a green turtleneck. Any thoughts on the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition? I've kind of talked about it before. But I'll kind of go over my thoughts in a more comprehensive fashion. There's kind of a few different ways that we can analyze this. The first way that we can analyze it as like an industry-wide trend, there's a lot of consolidation of publishers into single houses. A lot of game creating companies, like especially at the top end, are all owned by single investment companies. And these companies all have motivations to generate as much revenue as possible. So from that sort of perspective, it might mean bad things for existing properties. Now, in terms of Microsoft, I actually think Microsoft is less egregious in that manner than Activision Blizzard already was. So if this acquisition, so that's like the broader thing of like, oh, this might be bad, just like industry-wide as a trend that like all of these publishers are like consolidating all these game companies underneath them. But from a Microsoft perspective, Microsoft has been really going back to its gaming roots lately with games like Age of Empires 4. They're really trying to build a brand of... They're trying to have a global presence in the gaming market. And so what this might mean is we might see things like Relic making Warcraft 4. We might see things like maybe another studio gets handed... Like we might actually see a Warcraft 4. We might see an Overwatch 3, an Overwatch 2, maybe some Overwatch smaller games. We might see new World of Warcraft expansions that are really exciting and really, really good. Because maybe the top-down sort of influence that Microsoft can assert will push out new content. I don't think it's a secret that Activision Blizzard has been a bit... It's been swinging a lot of misses, okay? Activision Blizzard have been swinging a lot of misses for a very long time. Overwatch was probably their best hit in recent years. Warcraft 3 Reforged was terrible. StarCraft 2 Brood War Remastered was pretty good. But otherwise, like their WoW expansions have been misses. Endless amounts of games that never see the light of day. Like, I mean, I feel like every other day I read, well, not every other day, I read a different story about a game that was like developed at Blizzard that was dropped after 3 years and like $1 million of development or something. It's like we might actually see a little bit more direction towards Blizzard, because it does feel like Blizzard has been very rudderless when it comes to anything that isn't World of Warcraft, Overwatch, or Hearthstone. The possibility of a StarCraft 3 alone from this kind of an acquisition is insane to me. The other really good thing, actually, that Stitch brought up there is that from a cultural standpoint, Microsoft will probably... Well, the process has already begun, as far as I understand it, reading like the couple of news articles that I've read, is that Microsoft will probably gut the company of like bad actors, the people, the breast milk guys, whoever was doing all that weird stuff that was, I don't even want to talk, like what was going on at Blizzard, dude? What was going on? But all that stuff might come to an end. That would be like a big hope for mostly like the women employees of those companies and the people who want to work for those companies. We might see, it probably won't be the Blizzard that we remember, the Blizzard of like the early 2000s, mid 2000s, early 2010s. It'll probably be a new sort of more corporate Blizzard, kind of like the current ZeniMax or Bethesda, which is they make really cool games that we all really like, but there's probably like a little tiny bit of the soul that's missing. That's kind of how I would feel about it. I mean, like here, I'll be real with you. Microsoft didn't do anything with Age of Empires for, 20 years? 20 years they didn't touch the franchise. And then they managed to take Relic, which is a studio that, in my opinion, hasn't made a good game since, like, I don't know, what was that, like, Space Marine game they made? That was, like, the last time they made a good game. And that was, like, 14 years ago. Or maybe 10 years ago. And they managed to put out an RTS game that was successful, did well, and wasn't, like, entirely 100% ridiculously broken. It was pretty broken. There was issues. But, like, we got an actual RTS game. We got a genre. We got a revisit. So, like, my hope is maybe we'll see a StarCraft 3. Maybe we'll see a Warcraft 4. Maybe we'll see, all these properties from Blizzard and Activision that haven't been getting the attention that they need might get to see come to light of day. Age of Empires 2 continues to get updates. Yeah. Likelihood of any of the mentions of the word Blizzard getting purged from the company? I don't think so. It's also entirely possible that it will be business as usual. Blizzard will continue to put out games that disappoint us. Nothing will change, and it'll be an incredible disappointment. It's also entirely possible that maybe things will get worse. Maybe, Blizzard's games will get worse. I don't think Blizzard will. I feel like Blizzard at least will only get slightly worse at a minimum. I don't think we're going to see like an absolute gutting destruction of it. Like we did in the early, like very early, early 2000s, late 90s, when you see companies like Rare getting bought up, where they were like, they completely no longer doing anything of any relevance to anyone for a very long time. I don't think, what games has Rare made? Like, what has Rare actually made since like Banjo-Kazooie? Like, unironically, like, what have they made? Let's have a look. Let's see. Video game releases. Not seeing a single one. Oh, list of games developed by Rare. Okay. In 1998, they put out the banger Banjo-Kazooie. They put out Perfect Dark, Banjo-Tooie, Donkey Kong Country. These guys were absolutely slapping out games yearly. Rare were, and then like they're acquired by Microsoft like somewhere here. I want to say it was like right. I actually want to say it was like here-ish, somewhere here between like here and here they were acquired, and it's like, what have they done? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. This is all pre-Microsoft. Look at the amount of games they were shitting out year on year, dude. Microsoft acquires them like here or something. I want to say, well, first it was probably here. Like, compare the top half of this list. That goes back to 1993. That's 8 years, okay? Bottom half of this list. This is 20 years, okay? There's nothing here. Who cares? Connect Sports, I sleep, okay? Unironically. This was okay, I think, if I remember correctly. This was okay. This is an okay game. This is pretty good. I haven't played it, actually. Who asked? Like, what is Everwild? You know what I mean? But anyway, That's my thoughts on it. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be good. Good luck, Morbus, cutting that out of the video. So we want to save Carl Sagan for the penultimate project for this game. Because if I recall correctly, this is only 1800 production, the Mars colony is. However, the Exoplanet Expedition is 3000 production. So we want to use him on that last one. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but basically that's how it works. And then for the following... Oops, I totally forgot to research the moon landing. I screwed the pooch there on that one. Build 2 broadcast centers. You know what, buddy? Just for you, I will go ahead and purchase broadcast centers. Let's go ahead and rebase my bomber to my aircraft carrier. We'll grab another bomber and we'll hit the city of Kumasi. Kumasi is coming down, so we will be able to liberate it like very, very soon. England is not having a good time over here with whatever they are doing. We're not quite ready to start hammering the city. We got the Earth satellite. Why don't you spend 2 turns on a campus research grant, because that's all you'll need. Escape on foot. We stole a bunch of gold, so I should be able to... Actually, I can probably just come in here and go ahead and buy another broadcast center. Boom, there's the boost for satellites. So we're on track to launch another moon landing here very quickly. We're going to be on track to end this war very quickly. I think things are all... We're in a great spot, I feel like. I really need to get Susan Diabanda Brunei. Nintendo only had 49% of Rare. Once Microsoft bought the other 51%, Nintendo had to sell. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. That's why they should have negotiated a right of first return. If they were considering selling, they should have said, "Nuh-uh, we want if someone else as big or bigger than us comes in to try and buy, we want to be able to buy that extra 2% first. You don't get to just like sell out." You know what I mean? But yeah, Microsoft was doing a lot of weird shit back then. Because I'm pretty sure the culture of Microsoft was like in a very... Microsoft... See, the thing is, when you're a company like Microsoft, you're almost like a proving ground for like the most insane ideas in society, because you're literally shaping like the world, right? With technology. And so you're going to attract like hyper competent people, but you're also going to attract like some whack jobs in management who will like make weird decisions, like making departments compete against each other because they heard one time from one guy that it was like a cool idea. You know, so you got to watch out for that kind of stuff. That's going to happen. So the Microsoft of that era was really weird, but it feels like Microsoft has got the right people behind the helm, it feels like, in the last while. Now, they're also kind of in the same Google camp where they're still doing weird shit. But, they do stuff that are obviously unpopular and then just completely ignore any and all community feedback. Like that's like the Google Microsoft MO, because they just don't care. Yeah, so moon landing is 1500. So I think now is the time where we do want to start thinking about getting that Pingala 30% production boost. And we also want to start thinking about chain purchasing builders from Cabbagelandia to feed into that city. So I'm going to go ahead and pay 155 gold to unlock my government. Then I'm going to go ahead and grab myself Public Works, and I'm going to slot it in over top of Science Foundations, because I don't think there's any more great scientists to earn. There are not. So I'll go ahead and confirm that policy change. Oh, didn't actually lock in. So we'll take out Science Foundations, like I said. And we will plug in Public Works. We will save that. Now our builders from this city will have 6 charges, which will be an extremely efficient way to finish the moon landing. So we'll purchase a builder in here every single turn. Melita Bentz, I will grab you. You give me an extra trade route. Very cool. We've liberated Kumasi, so probably next turn we can piece her out. That's all I wanted to do, was to liberate Kumasi. That was the whole... I spent a lot of money on it, but hey, sometimes when you're playing World Police, you got to open up the wallet, you know what I'm saying? America knows. Google is next level sassy. Make a good app. People start adopting it. Shut it down for another thing. I think the thing is when you're like a literal trillion whatever dollar company, you're not like trying to be like, okay guys, let's try and build like a product that's niche. You're like, we have literally infinite resources. We are going to build the future. So that's kind of like probably explains like the high level visionary sort of status of what's going on there. And there's also, I don't want to get into it too much, but like you can infer a lot of like weird beliefs about some of the people at the top of the ladder in some of these companies. But you can also see that has been changing, because I feel like there was like some weirdness going on. I want to say between like 2005 and 2015 and maybe even beyond. A lot of the people who were up at the top of these companies were like fresh-faced, like college people who had just like looked into billions of dollars, and were making wild, insane decisions with like near zero accountability. And now they've realized that actually they were running their companies into the ground, and then like the people in the suits are in charge of the companies, and they're doing stuff that's like, you know, kind of annoying and toxic and boring, but they're doing it like efficiently. They're making good products.
Said, "Let there be light."
So we're feeding builders in here. 10 turns left. We'll go ahead and boom. Now it's 8 turns left. So we're basically building the moon landing project at three things per turn. So we'll be able to churn our way through that really, really quickly. Just go ahead and build me a broadcast center. Archaeologist. As the next Facebook worker in Silicon Valley, things are much more stable in management chains than how it was 10 to 15 years ago. Yeah, that's kind of what things were wacky from like the year 2000 to the year 2015. I feel like there was like this like weirdness that was coming out of all these big like fast-growing tech companies.
Keep doing what you do. You have broken Civ down to a level where I can play on any difficulty. Keep
Sweet.
it up.
Thank you so much for the
Also
dono.
chat. No spamming.
No spamming, chat. Or, well, do spam if you want to get banned. If you want to go on a vacation, go ahead and ban and chat. But yeah, definitely. So you know, you can kind of like, I'm not going to say that it was 100% happening, but it really does feel like there was like a different culture back then of like, things were weird. You had 22-year-old dudes running billion-dollar companies, okay? That still kind of happens. But now there's like an infrastructure around that, and now it's a little bit less weird. Now it's a little bit less Rockstar and a little bit more Wall Street. Not Wall Street bets, because that's a different ballgame. So we're going to go ahead and plug in e-commerce here. That's 56 production and 140 gold per turn. If we go ahead and check my capital, we're up to 155 production here. Feeling good. Let's go ahead. I'm Michael Bublé right now, boys. We'll go ahead and feed another builder into that project. That's another 2 turns off of it. We're going to continuously buy builders. I could go around and double check. There's nowhere that I've forgotten to buy research labs. Oh, research lab there. Yoink. Because I have the goal to just do that. I'll grab I probably want a shopping mall in my capital, actually. Yeah, I'll buy the lighthouse and the shipyard in here, because that'll get that city chooching along. Library, university, and eventually research labs. There's a few research labs over in this end of my empire that we'll get around to. And I also want to get myself a shopping mall in the capital for the extra amenities. Not taking the plus 400 science one. Wait, did I? Oh shit! I just unlocked globalization. Oh my god. Hold on. Quickly, 1 turn professional sports real quick. Whoops, my bad. I didn't realize that I had that card available. Oops. I wasn't paying attention fully. But yeah, that's basically game winning right there. How do you feel about peace? So we liberated Kumasi, we pieced her out. Job done, mission accomplished, we did it. Reddit. Let's go ahead and send another spy to the capital to protect. You're hanging out, perfect. I'm just building railway. I like building railways, dude. I feel like there should be more of a reward for connecting up your empire with railways. I don't know, I'm just saying that. Also, how was that painting underwater? I just want to talk about that for like 2 seconds. Assign Magnus Ucard to where? To what? What will I put him on? Like, he doesn't do anything. You're having a bad time over here.
Sports do not build character.
My professional sports will allow me to plug in International Space Agency. Hold on, my UI is doing some weird shit right now. Let's go ahead and restart that whole process. So we have now International Space Stations. I feel that Machiavellianism is maybe not the way. What can I get rid of here is the real question. 17 amenities is... I think I can get rid of liberalism, plug in public works, and slap in International Space Stations. Probably don't need Machiavellianism anymore, actually. And I can take those amenities back. So that's an extra, you know, a casual 400 extra science here from this card, bringing me up to a total of 1,139. That's pretty good. And I don't think... Am I suzerain of every single city-state? I think I am. Yeah, with the exception of Caguana, who I can grab right now. That's actually now... Yeah. What? Says 659? Oh my god. Jesus. All right, that seems good to me. Thanks. What UI mod is changing the city-state screen? I believe it is the better... Oh no, it's not the Envoy quest list. It's one of these mods in here. Oh god. Better city-states UI. Let's make sure we pick up social media as well so we can get the collective activism card and basically double our leader ability here, because we're currently getting nearly 300 culture from that. Perfect. Great works of music. Pop those in there. Those are less important. Let's make sure we're continuing to feed builders into this. We're now one-turning nuclear fusion. They said it wasn't possible, but it is possible because I did it and I was there. And you were there too, watchers, faithful watchers. I appreciate you. We can go back to trading with Kumasi. I want you to go ahead and counter spy on the campus here. And now we have a trifecta of spies. So even if one spy hits an enemy spy, there'll be 2 more spies protecting. So the probability that somebody is able to pull off a spy attack through our district is very, very low. Like, it's vanishingly low. A lot of the mods, like 99% of the mods I'm using are like UI mods only. I think I only have one gameplay mod in, which is the Terra Mirabilis, which literally just like buffs natural wonders and adds more of them to the map because natural wonders are cool. Which is like, I think that's a pretty reasonable mod. I totally misclicked nuclear fusion instead of nanotechnology and completely built the wrong thing. Can I come over here to where you are and go ahead and buy an aerodrome so I can one-turn synthetic materials? I actually made a big mistake there. I clicked the wrong thing. Market. Research lab. So that's going to delay my win slightly, but we can immediately launch the moon landing and get a ridiculous buff to our culture. So there's social media. We can come in here and plug in this disgusting 500 culture card, probably over top of liberalism at this point. So now we're making over 1,200 in each of the research categories. We'll have a builder on the go, ready and waiting. And now we're just waiting for nanotech. It's time to start spamming projects in our cities because we're on the very verge of winning. I don't think we change our government here. Synthetic technocracy isn't bad. But I think the 4 food and production from this is better. I mean, I guess theoretically I could switch. The legacy card is the top part, right? Yeah. Theoretically, I could switch to I could switch here and it'd be fine. Let's grab Space Initiative on Pingala for an extra 30%. So in terms of bonuses here, that's an extra 30%. We should be able to hit the late game very, very fast here. I'm just picking up random artifacts because it's the right thing to do. Carl Sagan. Nimitz, stay there. We'll go to the next turn. Don't want to trade anything. Let's check our quick deals.
There's so much plastic.
Synthetic materials is launched. There's optimization imperative. So while this isn't always the most optimal change, I think this is actually a government that we can do a switch to. We can switch to synthetic technocracy. Boom. We lose the New Deal card or whatever it's called, but we do gain access to a lot more wildcard policy slots, and we can always keep the democratic legacy for those really, really powerful international trade routes. And then we have room for like plugging in Machiavellianism, Merchant Confederation, whatever we feel like plugging in, we have room to do. So we can bring back liberalism for a little bit of extra amenities. We can plug in Vissel banking. Like, I think my government is more or less fine the way it is. I don't think I really need to change anything. At this point, we are just like at a level where we're pretty much unstoppable. Can anyone recommend a YouTuber or website for a complete beginner? For what? What do you want? Let's go ahead and get a shopping mall for the 2 amenities that it will give this city. Perfect. That'll help out a bit. We'll build a seaport to keep the city busy. Build a seaport and a hangar to keep the city busy. It's really all I'm trying to do is keep my cities busy. Like at this point now, it's just a matter of like optimizing how many moves I can get to the end of the game with. So to that end, I'm going to start putting a lot of units to sleep and sending all of my trade routes to the capital. That was meant to be a confirm. Lady Six Guy was ravaged by a natural disaster. We should help them recover. Sure, seems good. Bring back liberalism, checkmate conservatives. True. How are we doing on the diplomacy? Diplomatic victory front. Yeah, nobody's in line to win. Nobody's winning culture. I'm winning science, although AI is quite hot on my heels here. Domination, religion. Yeah, I've nothing to be worried about. I'm top score. Everything is fine. We should be able to win this relatively easily. Buying this research lab is actually worth like an insane amount of science. 30 science on that one building. Let's go back and start doing campus research grants wherever it makes sense. Grand Columbia. 9 production for my trade routes with Grand Columbia, by the way. That's insanity. Absolute insanity. Like, what's my capital production? Up to 167 production, 140 of which is from trade routes. That is tier 1 disgusting. I'll say units are cheaper with production. That's fine. I'll give myself diplomatic victory points, and I'll pass the world games. We don't believe you on trade production. We can't see it. What? Are you blind? Oh, right, because it's on the left side of my screen. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here's my trader screen. Trade routes to Seaman Bolivar. 6, 7, 8, 6, 9, 8. Production. Disgusting, right? Disgusting. So we're now into the very, very late game stuff. Don't care about giant death robots. Don't care about spaceports. Don't care about sunshine. Just click the end of the tech tree. Pop in the old campus research grant. There we are. Repair. How are you doing? You just got hit by a hurricane. That's unfortunate. What does this even do again? Offensive spy missions are successful. Wow. Gain 3% of your gold in your treasury as income. That's pretty good. Wait, does up to 1,000 mean that the interest I can get is up to 1,000 gold per turn interest? That's absurd if true. That's disgusting. I haven't used this very often because I don't. Usually, I've already won the game by now. So we have access to the Mars thingally now. Launch Mars colony. It's 7 turns. Feed a builder. Boom. That's 6 turns now. Buy a builder. Yes, I'm reducing my income. That's fine. We did not land where we wanted to. We will hit predictive systems. Oh. Well, I gotta hit robotics anyway first. Wait, why are you... we'll do predictive systems first, because that'll hit 3 techs, and then otherwise we will go here, hope that we hit it, otherwise we gotta go advanced AI. So, depending on the order in which the technologies appear in the late game, this could very much so change the outcome for us, which is, you know, slightly unfortunate, but, you know, not the end of the world. You've enough money to generation to buy a spaceport at 17k. What? Spaceports are 7,200 gold. 6,200 if you have democracy. I don't understand what you said. What you said made no sense. I'll just put it that way. Do you mean buy a builder? Boom. There's another turn off. There's like a pin here in the way of seeing the thing change. So many people show us. I appreciate your willingness to grit out these wins. I mean, like, this like, I primarily play the game for fun. I'm not like, I don't have a problem with people like doing challenge stuff. Like that kind of thing is kind of cool and fun, but I just like playing games, man. Like that's just, I was like, that's all I you know, it's who I am. I like playing games. I'm not really enamored with the whole, you know, sub 200, 110 turn win. I know it gets lots of views, and like I could probably farm like insane views if I were to do that type of content. But I would also just like super really hate life because I just, it's not the kind of content that I find fun to make. Colombia singing pop music in your lands is not going to be relevant. The sheer amount of culture and tourism that he would have to generate to overcome my culture as Pericles. You're not winning a culture victory against the player Pericles who's in first place in a science victory. It's just not happening. It's a different universe if you think it's happening, right? There goes the Mars colony, launched, perfect, +4 era score. So now we're just looking for, oh, there's the exoplanet expedition, then we hit advanced power cells, then we hit this tech, boom, 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 and we've won the game. So not long left now on the end of the old line. I won a culture victory versus a Pericles. What is he? Was it a player? Or was it AI? You can win a culture victory against Pericles as an AI. It's annoying. At the declare war on him and steal his cities? Yeah, that makes sense. Have you tried to win a non-domination victory with no city-states? No, I haven't. But I imagine that would slow the game down to like a crawl. Like an insanely slow crawl. 100%. It would be a very, very slow game without city-states. I really do think that city-states are the source of like a large proportion of the imbalance in the game. Like look at these libraries. This should be a 2 science building. It's making 6. This is making 3 times the amount of science it should be. This is a 4 science building making 12. This is 3 times the amount of science that this building should be making. This is a 20 science building. Okay, this is making 3 times, a little bit less than 3 times, the amount of science it should be making. If we look at my city's breakdown, 37 science is coming from population, 58 is coming from buildings. I really think that relationship should be flipped, in my opinion. I feel like a lot more, you know, that's just me. I like, it's a fun game, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the, like, I might do a no city-state game to show off the imbalance. Let's do a MacGyver. No, we want to send these back to the capital. We want the capital to be cranking as much as possible because every shred of production we fit into the capital is shaving turns off the end of the game. It's been so long. Potato, do you think the city-states were more balanced in Civ 5? I definitely think the city-states in Civ 5 were more balanced, but I think they were more boring too. Like, the city-states in this game are really, really exciting, don't get me wrong, but they are kind of, they have an overwhelming impact on the pace and balance of the game. In particular, scientific city-states, which is why when I saw 4 science city-states in this game, I was like, well, I'm going to science victory, because I knew the moment that I pivot to making campuses and stuff like that as Greece, I think literally 80 turns ago, I was on 100 science. I've 10x'd my science in 100 turns, which is kind of absurd, right? Not like entirely absurd or unreasonable for this kind of a game, but still kind of crazy if you really think about it. Considering the majority of that multiplication happened in the first 40 turns. Like I doubled in the first 40 turns, right? Anyway, and that was mostly off the back of that. So we're about to get the exoplanet expedition, and this is where Carl Sagan will come in super helpful. We'll be able to basically click this, and I believe it's a 3,000 production project. It's 2,100, but we can basically immediately finish it with Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan, which means we now have launched the exoplanet expedition off, and we're traveling 1 light year per turn, and the timer to finish the game has been activated, and we will win in 50 turns or less, ideally less. This tech is always the extension tech that makes the spaceship travel faster. So once we pick up this tech, we'll be able to start spamming out that project continuously. I'll probably want another builder and continue to spam builders. Otherwise, I basically just have to keep my cities busy. This is an important part of winning the game, I feel, is like doing stuff that keeps your sanity in check. It's like when you get to this phase of the game and you're like on target for the win, stop like micromanaging and just spam out projects. Just don't micromanage. Before New Frontier Pass, CS were much more balanced. I think 3 envoys was +2 for libraries and 6 was +2 in unis. I don't know, it was still kind of imba. Honestly, if you want like my ducular take, they should just be +1, +1, +1. +1, +1, +1. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe it's just a little bit too crazy. Maybe this is just the scaling on this is just always absurd. Maybe it should be, I don't know. It's hard to know exactly how to fix that problem. I mean, it's fun, don't get me wrong. Like it's not a problem. Also, we got 15,000 gold in the bank, which is really, really nice. I did get up to 33,000 gold, and then I get 1,000 extra income a turn. Renewable technology. That was not what that builder was meant to do, actually. This builder was meant to be fed into the spaceport. Not going for Ruhr Valley to make your space production go faster? Why would I need to when I'm getting 173 production from trade routes? I do need to sort out amenities in here, though. Future Civic. I'm just going to click Future Civic as much as possible, and I'll start appointing and promoting random governors. Again, when you get to this phase of the game, it's important to like play this phase of the game multiple times, because then you'd know which random decisions aren't going to tank your game. And I know that just appointing random governors and then ignoring them won't tank my game. Boom, 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 boom. Right, so we have now the off-world mission, giving us access to the Lagrange laser stations and the terrestrial laser stations. The terrestrial laser stations, important fact, okay, about these projects, okay, never ever finish the terrestrial laser stations on the same turn that you place them. Or rather, you always want to finish the terrestrial laser stations on a turn rollover. And that's for a very simple reason. It's because if you finish them before a turn rollover, it'll trigger a recalculation of the city's power, which will inexplicably freeze your exoplanet expedition for a single turn. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it, but never, ever use a builder to finish one of those projects. Always let them do it in the turn rollover. Okay? I don't know how to explain it in a way that makes sense. Just believe me when I say, don't do it. Are you going to do a Russia playthrough anytime soon? I'm pretty sure I've done a Russia playthrough in the last 6 months where I did a fast science victory on EPSMod. I could be like way off base there though. You missed Saga? Yeah, listen, I play quick at this point. Yes, we'll renew our friendship. We want to get our alliance with you. The production drop for my trade routes is huge when I'm not allied with Gran Colombia. Let's come in here. Alliance, military, bum 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 bum. We're done. Grab those 4 amenities. I've played this game so much that I can like play at a pace that most people probably don't even understand what I'm doing. So I could slow down a little bit. So I'm coming in here. I'm going to feed a builder into this project, which will bring that down to 1 turn, which will happen during the rollover. I'm buying a builder so that I can feed it into my spaceport because I have the Royal Society late game government building that allows me to feed builders into my spaceports to finish my spaceport projects faster. You know, the person who designed the graphics for the laser station had a good laugh. I mean, oh, is it like a penis joke? My guy, if your PP is doing something that looks like this, you need to contact a medical professional, okay? Now that we have launched that, we are traveling. Renew that project. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening. Now that we've launched that, we're traveling at 2 light years per turn. So now we're going to win in 45 divided by 2 is 23 turns or less. So every time we launch one of those, we actually like decrease the amount of turns it takes until we win. So we're slowly closing in on the win. Out of curiosity, I do prefer, if I can, to launch the project that has to do with this. So maybe I could pick up a bit of aluminium from all these trades, like you. Perfect. So I picked up a bunch of aluminium, and then I can do Lagrange laser stations. I prefer to spend aluminium than power because it means I can kind of feed builders into this project willy-nilly without regret, or with the probability that I'll overflow the city's power into the negative, which will cause my spaceship to stall for a turn for some inexplicable reason. Continue to promote these governors randomly because I don't care. And also continue to build this. My game is actually starting to like chug a little bit because I've had it open for so long and we're so late and deep into a game. Is there a mod to speed up the rate at which barbcams turn into city-states? It's probably something you could actually very easily tune yourself if you spent like 3 hours learning how to mod the game. You could make a mod yourself that does that. I guarantee it. All you need to learn is how Notepad++ works, how figure out how to read the SQL database, and then how to use the Firaxis Fire Tuner, all 3 of which can be done in like 3 hours. And boom, 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 you can modify the game files. All right, let's pop in here. We launched this the same turn, and now we're traveling at a toasty 3 light years per turn. There's 43 turns left. 43 divided by 3 is 10 plus or minus about 4. We're talking 14 turns until we win. Let's continue to launch stations. Make sure that we're continuously buying builders in the city from Liang to feed into that spaceport. Otherwise, we're just doing random shit with the rest of our turn. Pretty much, like, the game is over. We've won, right? And it's just a matter of us now efficiently clicking our way through. That's why we set all of these cities to do projects, so we didn't have to micromanage them every turn. This is an important part. This is where I think a lot of people get bogged down when they're playing the game. They get into this late game situation, and they're forgetting that there's, like, only, like, 8 turns left in the game, and they're still spending all of their time, like, agonizing over which tile to build a farm on. Like, dude, it's over. The game is over. Stop acting like this decision has consequence. Get the game finished and move on with your life. Oh, sweet. I use Notepad++, no regex, and no SQL statements. I'll take a look. It's very simple. If you know... Oh, God. What's that other way to encode databases? It, like, has a name. And there's always, like, the name of it is at the top of every file of it. I can't remember what it's called. But like, honestly, just go download a mod or two from the Steam Workshop or something, deconstruct them, learn how they work, and then you could probably build your own mod in a few hours. It really, really, really is simple. PowerPoint, it's not PowerPoint, it's like the XML. It's XML. You can also use XML, is the word I was looking for. SQL is always pronounced SQL, and an easy way to tell if someone knows what they're talking about is if they spell it out. Well, I mean, I'm like self-taught, so I call it SQL. And I'm not in the industry, so take your elitism and shove it up your ass. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Boom, we're launching. We need to buy more aluminium. Yes, please, I will buy your aluminium. Yes, please, I will buy your aluminium. Except MySQL, which is pronounced MySQL. I'm only joking, by the way, when I said shove it up your ass. Okay, we're gently bullying. Did I not buy aluminium? There it is. Launch more Lagrange. Go ahead and buy ourselves a builder. Wrong, it's spelled out. I don't care. Listen, I don't care what the right way is. I know how I learned it because I taught myself how to use it. So I'm just going to call it SQL. And I don't care. This is why I say, instead of saying limes, like everyone in chat tried to bully me into saying, I say limes. The card is limes. Okay, I don't care if you're all like, it's limes, it's based on Limitani. It's limes. That's how I learned it. I'm set in my ways. We're traveling at 5 light years per turn. 30 light years. So we're talking 7 turns until we win.
Even though the future seems far away.
Let's go ahead and launch you. Boom, builder. Future tech. Gain sources. Next turn. How much of an absolute pain in the ass to grab more than one win condition? Like timing it to have science completed and religion to flip on the same rollover. Honestly, it's just time consuming. It's actually quite trivial. It's just time consuming. Trivial, but time consuming. Which is like the least interesting of any challenge. The big problem with the majority of challenges for Civ 6 isn't that they're difficult. It's that they're trivial, like incredibly easy, and they just take a very long time. Like you got to grind it out. And that just isn't fun for me, that kind of suffering. I'm here to play a game, not like torture myself for 6 hours. Although I am willing to do that from time to time, and so you guys love that content when I do it. But it's not what I want to do all the time. Lagrange Laser Station. I think we're traveling now at a toasty 6 light years per turn. I think we can probably finish 1 or 2 more of these projects. We're just clicking Future Initiative. We're spamming out governor titles in places we don't care about. Trivial but time consuming sounds like your life. I honestly thought you'd said wife there for a second, and I was like, dude, that's like way too much shade to throw at your own wife. No GDR. I didn't want another unit to micromanage, okay? We're on speed here, boys. We're heading for the win, and we're playing at an incredible pace. Okay, we don't have time for GDR, okay? I mean, like, I'm at war with Aminator, and I've basically pretended she doesn't exist. So, I mean, that's working out for me. Grinding out culture wins is not that fun. Only once I find fun at the end game is Dawn Religion, since you aren't just hitting end turn. Dude, culture wins are so much fun. I don't know what way you're playing culture. You're playing it wrong if it's not fun, in my opinion. 39. So, even if we made the spaceship faster, it wouldn't matter. So, we're just going to shift enter the end of the turns. So I think I win in 2 turns. Rust after? Are any of my boys playing Rust? Pichal or Nick? Honestly, the thing is, I would actually sit here and play Rust for 10 hours a day, but I would have no viewers, and this is my job. So I kind of have to care a little bit about the number of viewers I have, just like a little bit. I'll do a week of Rust and kill my channel for a week, but I don't think that's like a long, like I would sit here and play Rust for 16 hours a day for like months on end, but it would completely destroy my channel. But there's the windscreen. Also, I think only 36% of players of Civ have actually seen this windscreen, so I'm going to be quiet.
The first pioneers.
Fucking God, dude, I don't believe it. I accidentally skipped it, trying to refocus on the computer screen. Listen, okay, we threw hard, but we do have a really fun and cool graph now that we get to go back to. Hey, this is the world. Let's play, boys. So there I am over here. There's Greece. Little old Greece over here, expanding. Also, I just want to point out, it's turn 39 in this graph. I've just gotten my first city. There are AI people on 4 cities. Also, England start on this one tile island. Oh, mega lol. What happened, buddy? Oh no, they weren't on a one tile island. They just had like a one peninsula thing to escape. England got screwed. They're on 4 cities. On turn 40, I'm on 2. But that lead never holds, because I am a literal god. Jerusalem was murdered this game. Okay. Oh, look at these cities get founded. Let's slow this down, actually. A little bit of battling. There's the mausoleum built. Cool. England got screwed this game pretty hard. There, my capital got flipped by Mongolia. Yeah, we remember that. Now, this about here is I want to say in the next 50 turns, I think this is about when I decided that I was going to do the wormhole strat. And there it is. There's all the city-states dropping that I just dropped over here on this section of the map. And then this is when I decided to go for science. And now you'll see my culture and science expand. Like the borders in these cities should start going like tung, 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 and they should start claiming a ton of land as my cities expand rapidly. There's the war with Dido. We took 3 cities. That was a really successful war. And that was it. It was relatively quick and over pretty quick here. Let's check out our graphs. Buildings constructed, obviously. I'll double click here so you can see I was top of the line. Now, the real thing here that I want to show you guys, this is why you should stick with your games, okay? If you understand and know how to play, I was literally behind on science until turn 220, okay? AI players had researched rocketry before I'd built my 3rd campus, okay? Welcome to the vertical ramp. That's what we're talking about. When we're talking about if you know how to play the game, you can completely shift gears with your empire and completely like destroy the game. My culture also followed a similar thing. There's a point. Now my gold this game was insane. Like legitimately insane. If I can find the gold, look at this. This is absurdity. My faith was pretty terrible. I think my faith was relatively weak. You can see I'm down here. I did start getting a good bit of faith as I started buying things. My faith was mostly quite weak this entire game. Let's have a look. Units killed. I killed a fair number of units. I'm pretty high up there. Now, in terms of wonders, I built like 2 wonders this game. I think it was Colosseum and Mausoleum. I need to start. Wonders just seem like a lot of work. Districts constructed, cities captured. I did capture a fair number of cities this game. I did a little bit of war. We do a little bit of war. The one shameful loss in my capital there. Also, this game is another example, another really good example of, even if you suffer a great loss really early into the game, don't give up, don't surrender, don't just throw in the towel really, really early. What else would you guys like to see? Total religions founded? Sure thing, bud. I didn't even found one this game. But that's going to be it for me for this episode. I love you all very much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye! Alright, that's the end of that episode. It's not the end of the stream. But it's the end of the series. And man, what a series it has been. What a series it has been. What would you guys... Now, you guys voted yesterday. Now, I overslept yesterday and didn't quite get the stream. Have you ever played Foxhole? Yeah, I played Foxhole back when it was like super early access, and it was a really, really fun game. But I witnessed some behavior from the in-game player moderators that I found reprehensible. Um, I witnessed the developers completely ignore the community's desires for the game, and talking like logistics was still an absolute travesty. Player moderators would. I knew a couple of player moderators. I played with them. I won't say what the outfit was that I played with, but they were incredibly corrupt. Their friends would throw gas grenades onto supply stations, killing a bunch of friendlies. And then they would just be like, hey, you shouldn't do that. But then, some other dude comes up and accidentally takes out a supply that he shouldn't have taken out of a town hall, instantly banned, instantly kicked from the server, instantly banned. So Foxhole's a really, really fun game, and I would love to play it with my community, but the game has become too big, too complicated, and too unfun, and I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because also the moderators were honestly disgusting. Play RimWorld. So I'm gonna go. Listen, I'm gonna go get myself a drink of water. I'm gonna tidy my desk a little bit. I'm gonna go chill out. That's completely fair. Thank you for explaining. It's a really great game. I 100% recommend it. If you're looking for a real logistical war game, go check it out. I honestly think the game is worse than it was when it was at early access. I pop in every now and again, and it used to be when you could when you could jump into a game of Foxhole and you could make a difference on the war on your own. You could go smash up some scrap, fill a truck, drive the truck around, boom, 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 drive basic materials somewhere, maybe print some rifles, build a little bit of network defense. Now it's like too big and too complex for a single person to make a difference because you've got like refined mats, you've got basic parts, you've got oil. It's become too much for a single person to be able to do literally anything, and it's just become an unmanageable nightmare. It was way better when it was in early access. But yeah, I'm going to go get a drink. And chill out for like 2-3 minutes, and then we'll come back and stream a bit more. We're going to roll the 4X wheel. I think that's what I said I would do yesterday, so I'll BRB. Alright. Never Nuzlocke, I know. It'll happen, okay? So we're gonna do... Oh, recline. I think what we're gonna do is a little bit of React content, okay? Humankind is coming out with its first very first DLC. So I think it's appropriate for us to do a little bit of React content here and see how she goes. We've got Bantu, Garamanti. So this is all Cultures of Africa DLC feature focus. Let's have a look at the trailer. We'll go through this whole list, I reckon. Six new cultures from Africa. We've got the Bantu. I already know a little bit about some of these things. I've watched a few of them. Swahili. Cool, cool, cool. Now, I believe in accompaniment with this patch, there will also be a fairly substantial gameplay patch. Like, we're talking balance. We're talking potentially, like, a couple of fixes. Probably, I think the game has actually had quite a lot of bug fixing patches. I really like the way the buildings look, and it looked like there was a couple of new world wonders in there. This looks like the Mosque of Jenny. I actually don't know. So that was this. Let's go look at the feature focus. Humankind, Cultures of Africa feature focus.
Welcome to this introduction of the first DLC for Humankind,
Cool.
Cultures of Africa.
This culture pack will feature 6 cultures from Africa, one per era: the Bantu, the Garamantes, the Swahili, the Maasai, the Ethiopians, and the Nigerians.
That's
All of
one
them
per
will bring
culture.
new interesting ways to play humankind through new units.
Or one
like
per
men's
era,
and
rather.
ideas.
Let's have a look. Well, we will get a chance to look at the Bantu abilities,
Touching
actually.
Bloom Garamontes legacy trait, or the Emba, the gorgeous Ethiopian emblematic quarter.
Okay.
Mixing these new cultures with the 60 existing ones will bring even more uniqueness to your civilization. But these new cultures are not the only new content brought by the Cultures of Africa pack.
By exploring the world, you will be able to discover 4 new natural wonders.
I like that.
The
That's
highest
really
mountain
cool.
In Africa, the Mount Kilimanjaro,
Mount Kilimanjaro.
Victoria Falls, Zuma Rock in Nigeria, and the impressive bright red lake Netron.
If I'm going to give like a little bit of feedback to the humankind developers here, I think the one failing I feel of the natural wonders is they all do the same thing. They all do the same thing. They give you like a little bit of a benefit and a little bit of influence, and they're kind of cool to have. They give you a little bit of fame. I think one of the criticisms I would levy against the natural wonders, these are all incredible and cool things. But the thing that really excites and interests players is if these things have unique mechanics associated with them. Give them adjacency to districts. You could start off real, like you could just do some pretty normal basic stuff to make these seem really cool. But I think as it stands, these are all really cool thematically, but kind of boring from a gameplay perspective. So if you care a lot about the thematics of the game, this is a really, really cool development. If you're kind of more of a mechanics kind of guy like me, it's cool, but it doesn't excite me. New natural wonders. I'll be honest with you.
You will also be able to claim and build a brand new cultural wonder, the Great Mosque of Djenné.
That
Built
was the
around
Great Mosque of
13th
Djenné.
century, this architectural marvel is one of the most unique buildings in Africa, which has been designated World Heritage Site by UNESCO since 1988.
On top of all of this content, Cultures of Africa will feature 15 new exciting in-game events.
So we're getting 15 new in-game events. I liked the in-game events. I feel that they are... I think, honestly, the 4X game that did events the best so far, in my opinion, is Old World. Old World does events in like a really interesting and engaging way. I know it's harder for humankind to do events in the same way that Old World does them, because Old World is like an entire... It's like a Crusader Kings Light with a whole character system and an entire wealth of that built around that. I mean, more events is cool. It'll flesh out the system. I do think that 15 events feels really light. I'm pretty sure some Paradox DLCs come with 150 events. So 15, now these are going to have to want to be really good events. The big problem with the events system is that the most interesting consequences of the event system is actually like the ideological outcome, but the ideology of your nation doesn't actually like have too much of an impact on gameplay. It's like just like a modifying slider that moves back and forth. So because so much weight of the event system is put into that system and it's not interesting enough, yet it could be more interesting. Yeah, this feels... I think the whole chance of triggering another narrative event, these tooltips need to be a little bit more explanatory, but this could be interesting. This could be really, really interesting. I do feel like these new events, my feeling is these events are going to be better than the old ones because they've learned the system, they figured out what works, and they figured out what players like.
Of them unfolding through multiple eras, as well as 7 new independent people factions to spice up your Humankind games.
Humankind Cultures of Africa pack will be available on January 20th. You can pre-order it right now at a discounted price.
So it'll actually be available tomorrow, which will be
cultures of
today
this pack in
when
upcoming videos.
YouTube
So stay
frogs
tuned.
are watching this video. So that's cool. That's cool. Now we get to check out the 6 new cultures that are coming with this. So probably, man, the Nuzlocke is getting pushed back further. Tomorrow we'll probably stream Humankind when this new expansion comes out. Let's go ahead and go through the cultures, I reckon. we've got the Bantu culture focus.
If the Bantu languages today form one of the most widely spoken language families in Africa, their spread across the continent began nearly 6,000 years ago. Between the 4th and 3rd millennium before Common Era, Bantuphone peoples began a series of migrations, known as the Bantu expansion, creating many population centers across Africa.
Okay.
While their migrations are represented
One of the big weaknesses I think that humankind has compared to civilization is because they're focusing on cultures and not people. The individual stories of cultures are a little bit less sellable, in the sense that it's much easier to tell a story about Alexander than it is to tell a story about Macedon, right? You could say, Alexander conquered the world, he did all this crazy, he was insane, it was ridiculous. And it's a little bit harder to kind of tell a story about Macedon and like sell people on it. I think humankind is a little bit more impersonal in that way, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is a criticism of the game, and that it's probably contributing to its slightly less popularity, probably.
by their expansionist orientation. The spread of their language, culture, and their ability to merge with the local peoples they encountered is reflected in their legacy trait.
Oh God, that
harmonious
was so quiet.
amalgamation. This trait gives them additional influence on territories bordering other empires, allowing
So +2 influence per number of adjacent empires on territory. So that's good for expansion. Automatically upgrades to a regular outpost. Okay. These are the ancient era guys.
them to spread their influence into their opponents' territories.
The first Bantuphone groups to undertake these migrations were also farmers and are said to have grown pearl millet as their main source of food. This, and the fact they probably practiced slash and burn cultivation, could explain their ability to adapt to the different environments they traveled through.
The Bantu's agricultural practices and their adaptability are reflected through their emblematic quarter, the Mupia field. It is a special outpost that provides food to nearby cities, regardless of the terrain it is placed on.
In our in-game reconstruction, we decided to represent the Bantu expansion as a globally peaceful dynamic. Indeed, it would seem that the Bantu migrations were facilitated by their social organization, and that it generally pushed them to mix with the indigenous populations they encountered.
Their emblematic unit, the Pioneer, reflects the migratory nature of their expansion. Pioneers can grow on the move by picking up food curiosities
That's
and
really
can
cool.
be turned into an outpost instantaneously without spending any influence.
That's really, really cool.
In humankind, there are well over 1 million culture combinations, each providing unique gameplay possibilities and rich stories, like the Bantu. We can't wait to see how far you will push humankind.
I don't think the million culture combination thing is kind of like, I know it's the same sort of thing as like, oh, you'll shuffle a deck of cards, you'll never have the same cards twice. It's like, it's a cool little fact, but I don't think it sells your game. I do think that this culture here, the Bantu, is a much more mature design than some of the cultures that came out on launch. In terms of like actually like they figured out what works in the game, what makes the game interesting. This is an interesting legacy trait. It's reasonably powerful. It's not insanely powerful. This is quite cool. This is reasonable. So it's kind of, they're fitting into an expansionist sort of mindset. They get outposts that generate extra food for nearby cities so they can grow really early. That kind of works with expansionists. So they grow by expanding, and then they can expand more by building these units. I think this is a really well-designed ancient era civ that is like going to be able to claim a lot of land really early. I think this will be like a top-tier civ or culture on a larger map with a lot of land, because you'll be able to just claim maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 more pieces of territory in the ancient era than you would with another civilization, unless you like roll the natural wonder. This is a really interesting civ. I like it. I think that's cool for an ancient era civ. I would I'm interested in playing these guys. I think it would be kind of fun to do an all Africa run where you play all the new DLCs civs one after another, and I wonder if they were actually designed at all with that sort of gameplay in mind. Let's go ahead and go on to the Garamantes.
Between the 17th and 14th century before Common Era, a major ecological mutation changed the environment of the Sahara. The lack of rain transformed the region into a desert area and disrupted the way of life of human communities. True farmers of the desert, the Garamantes fully adapted to this new environment and experienced a remarkable boom between the 4th century before Common Era and the 3rd century.
This phenomenon is reflected in their agrarian orientation and their legacy.
I will say this, in contrast to the thing where I said about characters earlier, I personally am super interested in like cultures and cultural history and like cultural practice and stuff like that. And I think pretty much anybody who plays a Civ type game is in any way. So this is actually a really good opportunity for me to learn about other cultures in a way that's interesting. So that could be a hook that the Humankind developers can use to great effect here with these developer videos. So we'll talk a little bit more about the Garamantes' abilities here in a moment though.
Trait, Desert in Bloom. This generates additional influence in their cities while their population is growing, allowing them to expand, pass laws, or claim wonders quickly if they maintain a good food supply.
In particular, they were able to take advantage of this hostile environment thanks to the Foggara system. This made it possible to cultivate wheat, barley, vines, olives, and date palms.
Foggaras in Humankind can be built anywhere in your territory to harvest food from tiles that do not normally produce it, allowing you to grow your population in otherwise infertile areas.
As experts in horse breeding and training, the Garamantes were renowned for being excellent riders. They were known for approaching the enemy without engaging in combat and harassing them by throwing darts to lure them onto unfavorable terrain.
The Garamantes javelin cavalry can slip past the enemy lines to deliver a short-range volley, then fall back to make room for your other units to join the fray.
This is a super powerful classical era unit, 27 combat strength, ranged move after attack. So an important thing about move after attack conceptually for video games like that are tactical in nature, normally one of the biggest limiters of like combat for choke points and stuff like that is like, if you imagine there's like a frontage and there's 2 spaces on that front, you can get 2 units. I'm doing horns. You can get 2 units like fighting, okay? If you have a unit that can move in, attack, and leave, this is as if the frontage has now become infinite. Right? So this is why units that can attack and move in these games are incredibly powerful. It's almost like you can stack the units onto a single tile and attack all together. So that's and it's ranged, so it doesn't suffer melee counterattacks when it attacks. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful unit here.
In Humankind, there are well over 1 million culture combinations, each providing unique gameplay possibilities and rich stories like the Garamantes. We can't wait to see how far you will push Humankind.
Very, very cool. That is pretty neat. I like the Garamantes. They're an agrarian civ, so they're very growth focused. I'm curious as to how the growth focused stuff has changed. The +5 influence on main plaza if the city is growing is actually very significant in this phase of the game. This is where influence is still important, but it's sort of a little bit more abundant. So a +5 per city feels weak when you're going to have maybe 2 cities by this point in the game. Maybe 3 if you had a really good early game. 10 influence significant? It's like having another natural wonder. I guess it's okay. It's good. This is good. It comes a little late, but it does scale based on the number of cities. I would say this is okay, the Desert in Bloom. It's very easy to maintain growing cities, especially if you have something like the Foggara. I like the design of the Foggara. This is a fantastic sort of flipping on the head of the current district system. It's a district that it's a quarter that you can build away from your city, which you can't do right now. They have to be connected contiguously. So you can build it away from your city to exploit land, and you can exploit sterile terrain. So this opens up settling opportunities that maybe other civilizations wouldn't consider. So I like this. This is cool. I really like the Javelin Rider. So everything about the Garamantes feels strong and thematic and well designed, and like it's all working together. I would say the most interesting thing is the Javelin Rider and the Fogara. Where in contrast, the other Civ I felt like had way more going for it. The Javelin Riders are really interesting. They're going to be a fun unit to use for early warfare. The question is the Civ going to have the production to actually pump those out in a reasonable amount? The Fogara is also interesting. I think these other, otherwise it's just an okay Civ with some growth bonuses. I think it's a unique enough Civ to be interesting. I like it. So then we'll go ahead and check out the Swahili.
The shores of East Africa were integrated early on into the trade routes that run through the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. These sustained and prolonged contacts with the world formed the breeding ground for Swahili culture, which flourished there between the 10th and 15th centuries. The Swahili world is inseparable from the coastal towns, which form a series of prosperous states, united by a common urban, commercial and Islamic culture.
Integrated to the trade networks spanning the Indian Ocean, the Swahili are a merchant culture in humankind. Since most of their trade hubs were coastal cities, they will benefit from increased stability in the harbors, with their legacy trade, Coastal Haven.
That seems pretty cool. Lots of stability on harbors.
Important merchant families generally live...
The big problem with harbors in humankind is how expensive they are, so I'm not sure that stability really helps. But sure.
...in great buildings devoted to commercial activities, which were symbols of prestige and wealth. One of the biggest of these buildings was the Usuni Kubwa of Kilwa Kisiwani, veritable palace in which textiles, ceramics and glassware were stored.
As the Bandari played a crucial
Was that a
role
wonder?
in dealing with foreign...
Veritable palace was the Usuni Kubwa of Kilwa Kisiwani, veritable palace in which textiles, ceramics and glassware
Kilwa Kisiwani's in the game.
As
Cool.
the Bandari played a crucial role in dealing with foreign merchants and their varied wares, this emblematic harbour will provide you with more money for each type of resource you have access to, making a far-reaching trade network extra valuable.
This flexible
Trade networks already feel like incredibly powerful in humankind, so making them more powerful is good, I guess, if you want to have a strong Civ. Especially about this is the phase of the game where those trade routes really start to kick in. I think this is a medieval era Civ, so cool.
on robust ships, designed for cargo transportation on the high seas, had large loading capacities and could dock on beaches and mangroves.
Thanks to its shallow draft, the MTP can beach with ease, allowing your units to embark and disembark quickly without harbors to assist them. This gives Swahili armies great mobility in coastal areas and islands.
In humankind, there are well over 1 million culture combinations, each providing unique gameplay possibilities and rich stories, like the Swahili.
So I'm interested in this Civ. The boat is kind of like an interesting mechanic. Your units can embark and disembark really easily. I'm not sure, is that like really strong enough a theme for a Civ to make them interesting enough? I don't know, it's okay. I would say that's moderately interesting. I wonder if those if their transports have higher combat strength than other transports of a similar era, this will be an incredibly dominant naval Civ, like untouchably dominant, in terms of like you just won't want to go to early naval war against them. So that seems quite powerful to get it that early in medieval era, to be able to do that sort of stuff when naval warfare in medieval is only really getting off the ground. They'll be able to completely dominate. Especially because it's a transport unit. So like if you have like a gang of scouts hanging around from the ancient era and you just embark them, suddenly you've got suddenly you have a navy, right? So that's incredibly powerful. They've also got Coastal Haven. I think the stability on harbour and then stability on harbour per adjacent regular district. That's interesting. Harbours are hard to build things beside. So this also has a little bit of push-pull tension because you want harbours to have as much open ocean next to them as possible. So that typically means you're minimizing how many districts you can build next to them. And it's hard to build districts beside harbours, so this is a bit of a push-pull tension. This doesn't feel that good, but they do have a unique harbour that gives +3 money per unique type of resource available. That's quite good. It doesn't scale with trade routes, but it does scale with the number of resources. So trade is still important, but it's not the be-all, end-all. I would say this is quite a powerful district. It's quite good. You know, unique harbors are always good because of the potential scaling you have with all other mechanics in Humankind. This is a reasonably strong and interesting civ. I'm excited for Swahili. Swahili will be fun. Let's have a look at the Maasai. Click. Have you seen anything that looks blatantly OP yet? The first civ that can like convert scouts into outposts. I don't know if that seemed OP, but it seemed interesting, really interesting.
Established themselves as one of the main groups among the pastoral societies that dominated the land between the Great Lakes, the Great Rift, and the coast of the Indian Ocean. This is where they led their herds on the vast plains of present-day Kenya and Tanzania.
Tanzania? Is it not Tanzania? Am I wrong? Have I been wrong my whole life? Probably.
As a pastoralist culture, we decided that having an agrarian orientation would be a perfect match. That is also why they have the pastoral prowess as their legacy trait, which reduces on 25% the food consumption in your cities.
That's quite
Within
good.
this agro-pastoral society, the Nkangs form the most widespread structure of collective housing. Several dwellings were arranged around a central enclosure, used to regroup cattle at night. It was then surrounded by a large barrier of thorny bushes, protecting animals and men from attacks by predators and looters.
Nkangs can be placed in the best spot in your territory to exploit food, providing a bonus from adjacent tiles, and also acting as an anchor to build new districts to maximize your growth.
Oh, so it acts like a hamlet, like an early hamlet. Although I think you get hamlet around this point in the game. That's a cool district.
Besides great warriors, the status of Moran represented the highest position a man could attain. Equipped with a spear, bow, sword or club, the Moran were also the only ones allowed to defend villages, kill animals alone, and hunt lions.
Equipped with their deadly rungu, the Moran are implacable warriors that will destroy units that have already taken damage. So do not forget to bring some within your armies to maximize their efficiency. The Maasai are one additional culture for you to shape your own civilization and leave your mark on humankind.
Interesting. A useless legacy trait? Are you crazy? 25% population consumption? It depends on how that works. Does that mean like your people eat less food, or when you click the labor button, do you use less people? Both of those are really good. both of those outcomes, whichever way it works, is really, really good. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out in game, because there might be other changes to the game that we're not aware of. Nkang, +5 food per adjacent exploitation. Counts as a farmer's quarter. +5 food per adjacent exploitation. That's really interesting. So you want to like build it near other exploitations, but not beside them. Okay. All right. I'm on board. And then their unique unit does more damage to enemies, I think, that are damaged. Yeah, bonus combat strength against damaged targets. These seem quite powerful. 43 combat strength in the early modern seems like quite a lot. They probably come fairly late. They don't seem to take a strategic resource, which is a big advantage, and they look relatively cheap as well. Potato has video evidence of his cities consuming 70-ish food per population when it gets to a certain point. Reducing that by half is pretty neat. I don't think that's by half, it's by a quarter. So even so, a quarter less population consumption is a pretty big deal. No, it's totally used because of how pop food consumption scales. In the end, it'll mean like 5 pop. Will it though? Because if your population are consuming less food, it means you're growing faster. And if you're growing faster, you're getting more yields. And then consequently consuming more food. I guess it'll probably end up being you probably won't end up with like 100 more pops, but it'll probably be somewhere in the region of like 10% more population than anyone else in the game, which I think is like a pretty okay. That seems pretty okay. 10% more yields for your population. I don't know. That seems pretty good to me. You can't grow more than a pop per turn, no matter what. I think that should be changed. I definitely feel like the 1 pop per 2 turns or 1 pop per turn thing is kind of, well, it depends on the game speed. That's true. Yeah, I think that the growth limit stuff really hamstrings any sort of growth population chopping build, and I think it needs to be fixed because there's no cap on the amount of production you make. There's no cap on the amount of gold you make. There's no cap on the amount of science you make, really. Like, that should be uncapped, in my opinion. So I think the last one now, we had Bantu, Garamantes, Swahili, Maasai, and Nigerian. And then I think the last one will be revealed tomorrow, aka today, for people watching the YouTube VOD. So we'll get to check those guys out tomorrow when that releases.
Independent since 1960, Nigeria has the peculiarity of bringing together in the same state an immense diversity of peoples and cultures. Moreover, more than 450 languages are spoken there, which is a record in Africa.
I skipped one?
Only
25% the food.
No, I didn't. I just watched this. 1. Oh, I missed Ethiopia. Whoops. I guess all 6 are out. Never mind.
In bad shape at the beginning of the 19th century, the Ethiopian Imperial Authority benefited from the reigns of
Don't
great
post
rulers
blind
in the
emotes in
second
chat,
half of
okay?
the
Listen,
century, which
I
allowed a
have
significant territorial expansion.
a
The
mild
vast process
disability.
of
I need glasses,
modernization
okay?
of imperial institutions particularly affected the army. The Ethiopian emperors succeeded at the end of the century in mobilizing large, well-trained and well-equipped troops.
The increase in the empire's military capacities was the basis of its resounding military successes, which guaranteed
So it's a
its
militaristic
independence.
sieve.
The legacy traits, military modernization, reflect how well they modernized their army during that time.
Ooh,
In the defense of
that's
their
an
territories
interesting
against
garrison
foreign
pivot
appetites,
sieve.
the emperors could rely on the specificity of the Ethiopian Massif by taking advantage of the Amba's rocky plateaus, difficult to access and often fortified. They recorded brilliant military victories, as on the slopes of the Amba Alagi in 1895.
Amba will provide the player the perfect defense on the mountain areas. Their zone of control effect will slow the enemies, which will give you some time to plan your strategy.
The
Slows
accounts of
down
Western
enemy
travelers,
armies and gives you
describing them
combat
as
strength. That
ruthless
seems pretty good.
warriors, deeply marked the European imaginations of the 19th century. Also, their eruption on the battlefields often had a great effect on enemies.
Even if they are not known from being numerous troops, the Oromo cavalry is an experienced regiment that fought many battles. It will be reflected on getting double strength from their veterancy level.
Oh.
In humankind, there are millions of culture combinations possible. Each one has
Actually, by this phase of the game, it's really easy to get veterancy levels if you know what you're doing in terms of like setting up your religion and your buildings. You could have +6 combat strength Oromo cavalry running around. That sounds disgusting, dude. Where was that? Hold on. Could be quite strong.
Veterancy level.
In humankind, there are millions of culture combinations possible. Each one has unique gameplay and a rich story, like the Ethiopians. We can't wait to see how far you will push humankind.
Oh, right. Well, we'll finish this real quick. I totally forgot to change my category. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to click on. So in terms of the Ethiopian culture, I like them. The +5 science on garrison, that's interesting. Builds you an incentive to maybe build garrisons early and pivot to Ethiopia. Could be interesting. I know there's a lot of things that buff garrisons in the game. I know there's a lot of civs that have interesting garrisons. You could go Mycenaeans early, pivot to these guys. I think their unique district is probably the least in... Yeah, I don't know. It looks cool. I don't know if it has like it's cool, but it doesn't really have an impact on the game. It feels like maybe it'll be significant, like in high level multiplayer or whatever. But it doesn't. Like +2 movement, cost of units within range of 2 tile. Maybe that's good. +1 combat strength for units in or adjacent to the district. That's I don't know. I don't know how good that would be. We'll see. This doesn't seem very strong. This seems pretty good. And the Oromo cavalry seems absolutely busted. I'm going to be real with you guys. Militaristic defensive is underwhelming. Yeah, I kind of feel like militaristic defensive is underwhelming because you're kind of expecting people to attack you and you've got like an entirely defensive kind of thing. Do you pivot to this when you're being attacked? I don't know. It's a weird one, but at the very least, I like that they're trying different things. I think that's cool. That's interesting. Let's do Nigeria now.
Independent since 1960, Nigeria has the peculiarity of bringing together in the same state an immense diversity of peoples and cultures. Moreover, more than 450 languages are spoken there, which is a record in Africa.
Nigerian agriculture draws its liveliness from the country's different environments. Although it relies mainly on the work of small farmers, it manages to ensure the food security of this demographic giant of more than 200 million inhabitants.
With a significant portion of their population working in agriculture and its importance to Nigerian economy, they will be represented in humankind as an agrarian culture. Their legacy trait will allow you to gain some industrial output from your farmers.
Since the 70s and the dramatic increase in crude prices, oil activity has been the engine of the Nigerian economy. The country is now Africa's largest oil producer, and its exports provide the federal government with a significant portion of its revenues.
This exploitation of coastal oil deposits in the Niger Delta is shown in games through their emblematic quarter, the oil refinery. This district can be built only on river deltas, but will provide you with access to the oil strategic resource, reducing your need to trade for it.
The Nigerian army uses all-terrain armored vehicles capable of withstanding explosive attacks, the MRIPs. Designed locally, they adapt to all types of environments and confer protection and projection capacity to the Nigerian forces.
While slightly stronger than the APC, the MRIP requires fewer strategic resources than its counterpart. This will allow you to field a strong and mobile force to patrol your territory without relying on foreign resource imports.
The Nigerians are one additional culture for you to shape your own civilization and leave your mark on humankind.
Cool. I like some of what's happening here. I'm going to be real with you. This is trash. This needs to be like +10 industry per farmer's district. Needs to be way more. Now, that's caveat, unless the game has changed significantly since this needs to be way more. Like, way more. It should be like +1 industry per farmer, per territory on city. Then we're talking about a bonus. But as it stands, I sleep. Oil refinery. This is an interesting idea where you can create your own oil. I like this. This is really cool idea. How impactful will it be? Maybe it'll change the game a little bit. The MRAP. I like this MRAP thing. I don't remember how high the combat strengths get in the late game, but I feel like 64 might be a bit low. But it does, this feels like a well-designed Civ in the sense that all the bonuses are kind of addressing a different area of the like it's a really strange. I don't know. I just don't have enough experience with like late game war, because all of my experience with the late game of Humankind was like immediately bypassing the entire contemporary era and finishing the game in like 3 turns. So I would actually I really need to play the game more to really understand maybe Ethiopia and this civ. But it's interesting. I like this MRAP thing. I like this. I want to like this bonus, but it feels trash to me. And this I think is really, really cool. Will it have an impact on the game? That's a question mark. I think this is a well-designed civ. I like it. I just think they feel underwhelming. We'll need time to play them. We'll need to see what the balance of Humankind is like. But yeah. All in all, from the first DLC of Humankind, like my overall thoughts on this are, I'm excited. I think it's a really cool idea that they've gone with here, to focus all on a similar continent and then to go through and do each era. I think that's kind of a neat idea. I think some of these cultures are kind of miss in terms of like gameplay. They're all cool, in terms of like presentation and stuff like that, but kind of miss in terms of gameplay. I think in particular Ethiopia and Nigeria kind of stand out to me as, from a gameplay standpoint, being less interesting than the other 4. But that's also just kind of part of like being later in the game. Earlier saves are more impactful and have more interesting. I think a lot of my judgment of this DLC pack is probably going to be reserved on the robustness of the accompanying patch. As far as it stands for me, I don't see like a civ or a feature here that is like, I want to spend money on this. Hold on, let me see. How much is this actually? Humankind. Does it have a price out yet? Okay. For $8, I'm buying this for sure, 100%. For €9, $8, $10, whatever. This feels like an appropriate size and amount of content for that amount of money. For sure, yeah, that feels right to me. Actually, now that I look at it, you get 6 civs, 4 natural wonders, 7 extra minor cultures, a few world wonders, some natural wonders, a balance patch. This all feels this feels about appropriate for me in what I was expecting here. There is kind of part of me that would like to see like a big expansion for Humankind, like just 1 or 2 big expansions. But I'm okay also getting a few of these like little expansions too. I'd like to see a really, yeah. Are they doing balance patches behind DLC? I don't think so, actually. I don't think they are. I think Amplitude typically give you the balance patch for free for like all the old stuff. And it's just the new content that you pay for. So like you won't get these cultures, but any changes to the old civs will go through. I'm like 99% sure of that. I don't think companies do paid balance patches anymore. I don't think that's the thing anymore, because it's too complicated and weird. It's actually just simpler to like compartmentalize what content people have access to. Overall, the DLC feels overpriced for 9. It's €5 for a Twitch sub. €9 for 6 new cultures, 4 new natural wonders. Well, it seems to track to me. You got what, 10 per area in the base game for 60. You're getting 6 for 10. Well, it seems pretty good. I think the one thing they're lacking is like one of these civs needs to be absolutely like really exciting to play, and I don't think there is a really exciting one to play except for the Bantu. I think the Bantu are the most exciting one to play, and they aren't even like amazingly exciting. But yeah, we'll check it out. I'm excited for this. I'm curious as to see what the balance patch will look like. I haven't checked in on Humankind. I've been kind of letting it sit in the burner, so I can come back with it with a fresh eyes and really take a look at it. I really like the presentation and aesthetics of this game, and I'm wondering where they've taken the gameplay and some of the bugs and stuff that we encountered. So I'm excited. I'm excited to check it out. When is the release? I think it's tomorrow. We'll live stream it tomorrow. That video is pretty much going to get uploaded raw early enough tomorrow. So we'll see. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Can we just have a reject all button for these websites? All right. Inputs. Don't autofill something weird. All right. Let's do Master of Magic. Civ 6. Civ 5. Civ 4, I guess. Warlock 2. Fallen Enchantress. Humankind. We'll play that one tomorrow. Actually, you know, we played Civ today. What are my other 4X games that I have, actually? I like Age of Wonders Planetfall. That's a fun one. Oh, Old World. Good call. Forgot about that one. EU4. Northgard. Pax Nova. I mean, I'll put Shadow Empire on the list, but if it hits Shadow Empire, we're not playing it. Total War Rome? Yeah, we'll put Total War. Vampire. I'm just like, we're picking a game. Warlock 2. And then the Hail Mary, yeah. Victoria 2. Alright, how do I spin the wheel? Spin. Alright, Total War Rome. Jesus Christ, that's loud. Crusader Kings in Space game? Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Let me go. Oh, I forgot to save that game. Whatever. It's fine. We completed it. These were all Civ Beyond Earth mods. Update queued. Update. Gonna make me download like 3 gigs on my super fast connection. It's done. I say, well, most of the Civ-like games are not as good as Civ. Which do you enjoy the most after Civ? It kind of depends on my mood and what I've been playing recently. Depends on my mood and like what I've been playing recently. Post-Civ Rome game. Just keep in mind, we probably won't play much beyond this. It crashed. It actually crashed as I turned away the screen. Will you play Total Warhammer 3 when it comes out next month? Probably. Would you rather play Alpha Centauri or Beyond Earth? Ooh, I think I would flip-flop on that. I actually like Beyond Earth. It's like, this isn't doing anything anymore. It just has stopped. Task Manager. I will give Total Warhammer 3 a go. Okay, Task Manager took its time. Respin. I don't even know if I have that tab open. I do. We might respin. We might take Rome off because it's now crashing and locking up my computer slowly. Okay, hold on. We might respin. Let's try play it one more time. Hang on. Okay. Are we playing Barbarian Invasion or regular remastered or Alexander? Play the classic. Rome remastered, I guess. Why are you on that screen? It's on the wrong screen, dude. It's on the wrong screen. It's on my left screen. Why is it on the left screen? Don't do this to me. Can you... Can you move screens? What? It's on the wrong screen, dude. Do I have to unplug this screen to get it to jump to the correct screen? Where is the screen option? Hold on. Oh, wait, can I set it to windowed? Windowed. I move it to the correct screen. And then I full screen borderless window. Confirm. Oh, worked like a charm. Absolute charm. There we go. Hello. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Windows, Shift plus arrow key. Does nothing. Imperial Campaign. Who do we want to play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I don't think you can play Ireland. The closest one is Britannia. I don't think there is a Hibernia in this game. You want to play Greece? Are we playing Greece or are we playing Sparta? There is a difference if I recall. Or am I misremembering? Well, what is that rendering? Hold on. Oh Jesus, that's bad. Is that actual? Is that what it looks like? Is my rendering really bad? Ooh. Can you guys even hear me? You're not even responding to the things I'm saying. You're like you're responding to things I've said like 10 minutes ago. This looks really choppy. It looks okay? Okay. Alright, fine. We're on Ultra. Let me double check gameplay settings. Where is my unit scale? Ultra. Confirm. Well, let's play Greece. Greece is what the people want. Advice level low. Campaign difficulty medium because I don't remember how to play. Short campaign. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're not going to finish this one anyway. You look beautiful, Potato, in Twitch chat never lies. True. Bathed. As long as you don't move, you're not the least bit choppy. Are you taking the piss, dude? Is this game really quiet? Okay. It's a little bit choppy when you move fast, but it's fine with slower movements. Literally, I was asking you guys, is it choppy? I'm going to be honest with you guys. You guys are the most... I asked you direct questions, and it took you until I was loading into the game to answer it. Painful. But I appreciate the answers. I'm not blaming you individually who answered. I'm talking collectively. I'm triggered. So let's have a look at our starting location. We have a city in Syracuse with a little army in it. I assume Rome, blue Rome, is going to attack us. We have a city in Thermon with some units. Athens is ripe for the taking. We might be able to snipe it from Macedon. We're going to have to go to war with Macedon here. That's the reality of the situation. We've got a bunch of peasants. I think we just use peasants as garrison here. God, I don't even remember how to play this. I don't even know where the rebel cities are over here. What have we got in this city? We could maybe take... Oh, we've got roads as well. We've got navy. Okay, we're actually in a pretty strong spot. We've got 5 cities, but they're all kind of spread around. Will you be playing the Humankind DLC? Rewind about 40 minutes. So, I think we start off by recruiting. How do I open the actual city view? I remember the old Rome city view. Oh, this is it over here on the right. That's it? I remember there was a whole window. I guess all the information is here. So let's go to, how do I do my taxes? Oh God, it's been so long since I've played. Normal tax rate, boom. High, very high. We can sustain it here. I want to wait until I move my army out though. We might be able to snipe this city. Peltists aren't very good. We do have Spartan hoplites. We could sneak past here. We'll have to spend a turn in Macedonian territory, which will annoy them. But that's like my prerogative as a man of the world. So I'm going to send my range units to go meet up with this guy. That's that sorted. This will probably just be an economic town, so I'll probably take you guys out on a boat. Like so. And we will go ahead and lower the tax rate and recruit a pair of peasants in here to sustain it. Peasants are like the cheapest garrison you can get, I think. If you, yeah, they're 100 gold per turn, and they're very large in terms of size of the unit, so they provide a lot in terms of unrest reduction. So yeah, I'm gonna have to reduce the tax rate in here. You don't want to be, I don't think you ever want to be below 100. We've got 2 peasants in here. I don't remember what the maximum from garrison is. Let's start getting some regular hoplites. I think we want to be increasing our units. I don't know if peltists are very good. I think peltists are kind of trash. What do we got over here? Militia hoplites are kind of terrible. Maybe we can get a real barracks in here. It'll take 3 turns, but then we can actually get hoplites. So we'll do that. We're spending our money, but that's okay. We're making 2,000 per turn. Pergamon, you need to immediately get walls. What can you recruit? Militia hoplites. It's not very good. Scratch building walls. Immediately build a barracks so I can start producing hoplites over here. I'm going to need like lots of hoplites. The hoplites are how we conquer the early game. We need to think about Crete. Can you recruit? You can recruit biremes. We'll bring this boat to Athens and we'll kind of make like a doom stack.
And 0 cents thanks for all the tutorials on Civ. Hope you do the same with Humankind. Keep the grinding. You're a super entertaining streamer.
Hey, thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate you. I will try to make more content for Humankind. Probably go through a Humankind phase here for a while. Depending on how much we like the DLC and what the community response to it is. That's really what it kind of comes down to for me. In this city, I don't know if peltists are worth building. They just feel like bad units. Not a fan of range units in this game that aren't archers. Maybe I'm playing Victoria 2 for too long, but this terrain map mode annoys me a bit. I don't know. It's okay. I mean, considering it's built off a really old game, it seems okay to me. We need to check our cities. Everywhere is happy. You are 110%. You're 105. You're 185. So that means tax rates going up. I don't really care. I can just distribute slaves to grow my cities. What are you? 200%? Boom. Give me that money. Very high tax rate. These cities will grow regardless. So what we want is money. Syracuse, I think, is a city that I can't afford to not recruit things in. Because I'm going to be probably attacked. So I will recruit a militia hoplite in here, even though it makes me sad. Because like the difference between, if I remember correctly, like militia hoplites, can I do this? Right click a militia hoplite. And then a regular hoplite. Like look at this difference. Well, it's probably better if I do it in the recruitment. Ooh. Mercenaries? Mercenary peltists, mercenary hoplites. What's the... So regular mercenary hoplites are just more expensive to recruit, but essentially the same. So I'm going to spend my early game money on grabbing one quick extra mercenary hoplite here. They won't last super long, but they will be a part of my army. What was I going to say? I have 800 gold left to develop my empire. After all those decisions, get ports. Ports are always good. They give you lots of trade income. I feel like we can grab Athens next turn. Halicarnassus probably won't happen until I can just... I don't want to spend my money on militia hoplites, because if you look at militia hoplites, right, let's actually go through this. They're 230 gold per turn. They cost 230 to recruit, and they're 100 gold per turn to maintain, whereas hoplites are 440 and 170 per turn. Hoplites have 2 more morale, 2 more melee attack, and alt attack, twice as much total defense, and slightly better charge. So like the hoplite unit is just way better than the militia hoplite. So I think we'll skip out on militia hoplites. Their morale and stuff is probably really weak as well. Yeah, the morale is just too trash. I think that's our first turn here. We go through. Now, as far as I remember, in the Total War games, tempo is everything. You want to move quick. So Athens has 3 hoplites and that. We don't really want to go up the walls. Going up the walls is bad. I don't remember how good it is to go through the gates. But going up onto the walls is terrible. Sap points are quite good. I don't remember what the meta for this is. I mean, I guess he has 4 melee units. What do I have sieging again? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 melee units isn't enough to overwhelm with ladders. Siege towers are so slow. Going through the gates depends on how much archery they have to go through. You know what? We'll do double ram. We'll go through the gates. These are just militia hoplites. I also have hoplites. Our hoplites should beat their hoplites. It should be fine. I can always auto-resolve it too to avoid having to do hoplite on hoplite combat. So we're on a fresh turn. We've got 3k in the bank. We double check our city happiness. Everywhere is happy except Syracuse. Let's reduce the tax rate in Syracuse. And we have a diplomat. Let's bring it over here to do scouting. Okay, looks like this captain actually left the town. That's actually a big advantage for us if we can get units over here quickly enough. Let's do double militia hoplite recruit then. I will actually use them because they can be used against these. In Thurman, port as well. And in Rhodes, we'll get a port. Rhodes already has a port. Speaking of trade value, Athena, Nike, is there a way for me to see what these turn into? How do I see the actual tech tree? There it is. So I look down here. Population growth. Trade income bonus. So this is Aphrodite. This is Hermes, is even more trade income. Oh, I probably should look at this. So Nike is combat. Hermes is trade. Aphrodite is growth. And Athena is law. Athena feels like the best temple long term. Because law bonus, if I recall correctly, is like super powerful because it reduces squalor, I want to say. Law is just better. Law reduces corruption. Sorry, law reduces corruption. So long-term Athena is going to be the one that we go with. But this close, 10% trade boost. What kind of income are you making from trade? Let me have a look. Cancel. How do I forget how to do... Bring Rhodes up to normal. Trade. Where is your income? Ah, here it is. So trade is 92 right now. So that's 9 ducats per turn, but that will go up. If I were to build a shrine to Athena, the corruption would go down quite a bit. If I were to build a shrine to Hermes, the trade would only go up a smidge. So actually the Shrine to Athena, just long term, is the best move. What are you actually thinking about when you conquer new territory in this game? Probably defensibility, like how easily can you take and hold land. And who will you have to fight after you take it? There was an army here. I'm going to bring these guys. Actually, these guys might be the difference maker. If I can drop them here and get them in the fight. Even if they just end up being a distraction, that's fine. We're sitting on 1600. Every settlement is building or recruiting. So I have no use for this gold this turn. What about mercenaries? No mercs here. I know Cretan archers are quite good. I want to recruit those. There's actually 3 people playing this game. You have more views than them times 168. Well, you know. It's an old game. So Macedon won't be a problem just yet. And we just did a bit of a construction report. We are the most advanced faction. Cool. So how badly do I smash this auto-resolve? I should smash this auto-resolve with minimal losses. So I'm just going to do the auto-resolve. Lost 180 men. That's a free fight, basically. If I had fought that manually, I would have lost a lot more. So we auto-resolve it. And I think if we look at Athens, it has 3,200. I think we want to do enslavement. Because enslavement makes our cities, or other cities, get bigger. Which is what we want. We don't want to exterminate. We want to enslave, because that will grow our other cities and give us access to slave labor. Which, you know, is slightly unethical, but it does provide money. Now, after you enslave a settlement, it's always good to check the happiness. So this is still at 100. Regular hoplites. Let's continue to recruit regular hoplites. Barracks coming up there. Port coming up there. Barracks coming up there. What buildings? Empire management. How do I go to empire management again? I forget all the buttons, how to play this game. It's a real problem. Here we go. So Sparta, Rhodes, and Athens are not building buildings. Let's take care of Sparta. Definitely want to investigate the income of this city. A port would give us 60. Temple of Nike would increase the happiness. What would Rhodes do? 8 trade income, not very good. This is okay, 60 is okay. I don't think it's worth paying that just yet. We'll want that later. A trader is only 13. Armored hoplites are a significant upgrade. Getting access to those early, I think I will invest, like, in my military. So that's that sorted. Now let's have a look at Rhodes. What do you got? I don't think we actually have many good options here for Rhodes. The Temple of Athena is quite nice. Because it'll lower corruption. Like, that'll pay itself off in 20 turns. It's not bad. And it'll also allow me to raise the tax rate more consistently in this city. So that does pay off long term. Having lots of tax money. So I'll go for the Shrine to Athena because that'll allow me to raise tax rates. What else we got? Athens isn't building anything. So what do we got in here? We got stone walls. I think a port in here would be a huge boost. Yeah, that's like 1,000. Yeah, we're building a port in here, boys. 1,000 denarii per turn. Let's also make sure we recruit a couple peasants to occupy the city. And now we're going to do a little bit of a dangerous pro move. We're going to take this whole army. and join this army. Have a look at the happiness in here. It's actually holding without a military. Why are you eating the floor? Stop. Population growth snowballs into a lot of good shit. I feel like early game, military snowballs into a lot of good shit. So, conquer, 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 conquer. Keep everything above 100%. At or above 100%, and conquer, conquer, conquer. We jump on the boat and we drop on Halicarnassus. We take Halicarnassus and Crete real quick. Boom. I need to be building boats. Boats are expensive. We might be able to get away with this. As long as the cell usage don't declare war. Hello, by the way. Would you like trade rights? I would like a single payment.
A most generous
Thank you.
proposal.
So that's 700 will pay for my new boat. I'm pretty sure. Biomes are not very good. But we'll be able to drop Halicarnassus and then Crete in quick succession. Trade rights map information. I'll take that.
Thanks.
Trade rights are good. Keep them happy so they don't attack me while I'm dealing with the rebels. And then we can turn on Macedon in the near future. Let's drop here. Big stack. Take them out. We can pull the garrison of the town out. Do I need to fight this battle? It's kind of balanced. What do they got? They got hoplites, rodent slingers. I got those. Cretan archers. I got those. And militia hoplites. I think I win this easily on the field of battle. Have you played the Total War Warhammer games? I haven't played much. I don't love the modern Total War games. I really like Total War, the China one. Can't remember what it's called. I really like that one. Romance? Three Kingdoms? Three Kingdoms. I like that one. The modern Total War games, they're not my favorite iteration. Is Rhodes really that big IRL? No. Slaves still go to... Let's see if the new setting that sends them everywhere. I'm pretty sure I have that setting enabled. So we're not going to use you. You're fine. You just go to the back. We're going to combine you with him later. Cavalry on the left flank. Boom, boom, boom. We have equal ranged capabilities compared to our enemies. So, it's really just a wash. Do you not have a loose formation? Okay, mates. There's your loose formation. Got it. There you go. Archers on the flanks. Boom, boom. Control 3. Boom, boom. Control 2. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Alright, so left flank for you. Phalanx is at the front. Range units here. Yeah, you know what? Loose formation probably isn't necessary. The combat won't be long enough for that to matter.
The enemy have brought up more men.
I wish there was a way to, like, not charge always. I feel like I tire my troops out pointlessly here. You guys are just hanging out in the back because you're too weak to really be a part of this battle. They've got 3 phalanxes and 2 ranged units. We should easily smash this. Oh. Well, that's not good. Well, we need to do this quickly then. I forget how to rotate these. Like, I want them to... I hate this. Hold on. Control plus what is that button? There it is. You guys need to sort yourselves out into a smaller formation, please. Advance. They're taking a little bit of casualties. I don't know why you're retreating. Stop skirmishing. Should be pretty easy to kill their flank over here before their hoplites can do anything. Just don't get too close. Yeah, just kill them. Don't let them pelt these guys. Good job, you routed them. Yeah, they're doing... I don't know what they're doing. Don't get touched by the phalanxes, okay? It doesn't end well for you. I don't know what these guys are doing. They're running to... Are they going into melee with my generals? I mean, if you want, that's entirely your option. My phalanxes are approaching. Just turn around and murder. Should be easy kills. Go fight them. Go fight them. You guys advance as your own block. Never mind. You should not be in phalanx. You should just be running. So we basically just routed all their range units, and now we're like just shooting into their backs. This feels pretty good. I'm liking this. It's going well for me. Throw your spears. Do it. Throw. Good throw. Now retreat. No, stop throwing. Retreat. Retreat. You're fine over there. You're distracting. You're shooting. Good job. Just get behind them. Okay, they're routing. Break formation and chase. You two. Advance on him. Make your way that way. Guys, go deal with those peltists. I think we mostly got this in the bag. Feeling pretty good about it. These guys are getting absolutely dunked on by my archers. Well, only one guy died there. You're chasing them off. Good job. Probably should have used my militia hoplites for that, but hey. These peltists got obliterated by my cavalry because the hoplites couldn't respond fast enough, which is like amazing for me. Should probably start pelting those now. These guys are stuck in a melee fight with Spartans, which will not end well. Plus I have hoplites, and my engagement is way better here than theirs. I've got like most of my troops actually phalanx fighting. I remember the phalanx as being a little bit buggy. All three of you. Go take him out.
The enemy army is in flight. Pursue them.
Wrecked. Destroyed. Obliterated.
The enemy general
We'll see how this guy does.
is in fear.
Now, in the perfect world, I might be able to bait him into turning to face my cavalry. If I, like, issue an attack order, the AI will be like, oh no, he's gonna do things. And then at the last second I cancel it, they'll, like, try and turn. And, facing matters. No, stop. Facing matters, because they're facing, my archers. Yes. Their shields are acting as blocks, and I think the block is half effective on the left as well. But now they're not getting any block, so they're just getting obliterated from behind. It's been a long time since I've played this game. Let's always run down the enemy. Never take an opportunity to not take... guys, you guys should stop shooting now. Do not fire at will. Always take an opportunity to run people down. Oh yeah, look at that. Oof. Beautiful. It's been a long time since I played Total War. You could use the skirmish button. I don't like skirmish. I prefer to micro it. Honestly. When I have small armies like this, in a big army, I might put skirmish on. Or if I have horse archers, I'll skirmish. Sick game clickbait title. Civ game finished. Post-game stream. You just can't read. Go rewind, okay? You can go back 3 hours to when we were playing Civ.
This is a victory fit for the gods, a day of triumph to mark with a song or two.
Alright, we inflicted 1,000 casualties. We got no experience there, sadly. But hey. This should be basically free. Enslave. Mausoleum reduces construction build times by 20%. Amazing. Perfect. So we already have a world wonder. I think there's a statue of Zeus here. This gives +4 bonus population loyalty. So we definitely want the statue of Zeus if we can get it. And there's also the lighthouse here. And then there is the... I don't remember what else there is. I think that's it, actually. Pyramids. Yeah. So now we own Halicarnassus. Let's do peasant recruitment. Oof. This city is going to need population. Let's just set it to low. We're going to set it to low so it grows faster. That 6% growth rate matters. We're going to also get farms. Yeah, farm upgrade will grow this city faster. So we'll leave this on low for a while. Build a farm. This army is immediately ejecting and getting on that boat. Loyalty is fine in here because I enslaved, which reduced the population, and then we're going for Crete. We can take Crete pretty quick, I think. Let's check our city list. Nowhere is unhappy. Pergamum is not building anything. It is now able to build hoplites. I'm going to send a single scouting hoplite out because I don't remember what the map looks like. A big advantage if you remember what the map looks like in this game, actually. I don't even remember what Civ that is. It looks like Rebels. We will get 2 regular hoplites in here. We'll build a port because a port, actually, click, is worth nearly 400 trade per turn. Amazing. Probably won't actually be that much, but it's still really good. In Thurman. This is another city where we can start recruiting. I lied, actually. The hell did I build? Oh, I built economic stuff in here. I honestly, I think I should just build Shrine to Athena everywhere that I don't plan to recruit units. Do I plan to recruit units here? It's close enough to my capital to be a recruitment center. It would be nice to have a little bit of extra cavalry, although Greek cavalry isn't great, if I remember correctly. Maybe land clearance for economics. Very high tax rate. Yeah. We'll increase the population in here. I mean, peltists aren't horrendous. They can give you a numbers advantage. We'll get a couple of peltists. What are we doing over here? Add more hoplites. Eventually, this is going to become a problem in terms of economics over here. Let's just build one hoplite. What if we went for another shipyard? It's only 87 gold. Farm. Let's do a shrine to Athena to bring down our corruption. And then I think that's every city recruiting and or not. Shoot. More boats. It's really easy to lose a bunch of units in a fleet, so inactive spy. Oh. Well, I guess I want you to sit over here and just like spot any Macedonian shenanigans. He's got a huge army here, so we need to get done with Crete quick. Unironically. Not good that he has a massive army stacked here. Oh wait, no, that's the shadow. That was the shadow of this guy's flag on this city. He's got nothing there. Never mind. Oh, that's hilarious. What are you? Diplomat. The sooner I deal with Rome, the better. Where did his army go? That's the real question. And then you were making friends with those guys. So I need to kill Macedon and Thrace, and I think Thrace is like here. I want to be friends with the Seleucids, if I can. I want to dump my troops here, and then attack the city. I'm pretty sure we can just assault and auto-resolve. Boom. Whoa, where is this guy? Apparently there were reinforcements? I didn't even realize. I would actually have preferred to have fought that battle myself. We'll occupy. We want to distribute. Want to occupy and enslave just so it's easier to manage the loyalty in here. You guys won't be able to jump out until next turn. Make farm. Grow the city back up. Low tax rate. What are we missing now? Roads. You need a building. Talking about roads, what is the purpose of roads? I think roads is here to generate gold. Lots and lots of money for me and a navy. So, with that in mind, we also kind of want to make sure that roads is growing. So I feel like farms here make a difference. We have like insane economy right now, which I'm very happy for. Halicarnassus, you just need to have 2 of those. Syracuse, what are you building? Wouldn't mind armored hoplites over here as well. This could be another base of operation if I could get control of Syracuse. I could attack Carthage. There's also potentially like a little... I don't know what I do here. Do I just abandon this city, Syracuse? Take everything I've got here over to mainland Greece and focus on that? There's always money in the banana stand. full attack on Rome. Killing Rome early is a big deal. The problem is you get to war with all three factions and they're messy. I could take Messana really quick, I think. Rome gets stronger the longer the game goes. You kind of got to kill them early. Oh yeah, shit. Can you step out and recruit me these Cretan archers? Sorry, excuse me? There they are. Rodent slingers and Cretan archers. Boom. Those are well worth a recruit, in my opinion. Beyond that, I think we kill Macedon early. It looks like he has 4 settlements. If we kill Macedon early, I think we can take Rome. I think we have to kill Macedon before we kill Rome. Plus, it's more interesting. I feel like attacking Rome is like the super high optimizer gameplay move that like pros do when they're playing this game, but you know, it's not how we do here. This is a chill game. So we have Athens. I'd like to repair the walls. We will repair the walls. We have enough money to invest into something small. Serious trade income from Athens though. Holy shit. Maybe a Hermes city. Like, unironically, this is 120 gold per turn. We're doing Hermes. It's like disgusting amounts of gold. Brutus might come attack you if he gets missions from the Senate. That's true, but I think I have the advantage if I wait until he attacks me, because then I have time to deal with Macedon, I reckon. Okay. We managed to spy on that city. Is that the turn? Did my turn end? No. That was like a pre-action. There's the Macedon attack that I expected. That's good, believe it or not, because now I get to do this. Where is this army? All of you, get on the boat. And jump. Do I have... No one has enough moves to jump into the city to protect it. We'll just have to defend it next turn. I'll get these 3 hoplites to put this city under siege. He only has peltists, so I can maintain that siege for basically forever. Make sure we're continuously producing. Pergamum. You have no walls, which is upsetting me. So it looks like Pontus has captured this. There might be a rebel settlement here somewhere that I could grab. Also, I need to start thinking about merchant optimization stuff too. What do these mines do? Plus 200 income from mining after 2 turns. That seems incredibly good. Return on investment. We got Thurman. Thurman, how's it going? Thurman needs to keep recruiting. Let's have a look at the Greek tech tree. So we need to level this city up to 6,000 population before we can do a governor's palace and actually get archers. And then we've got interesting siege stuff we can do. So, with respect to that, let's start building wooden walls in here. Is he playing on highest difficulty? Nah, I haven't played Rome in like properly. I haven't played Rome properly in like easily 15 years. There's no way I'm jumping back in on highest difficulty. My first game back in. It's medium. I mean, I don't remember it being like the hardest game ever, but it's... It's not like totally easy simples. You know what? Let's just open up a two-front war here. Let's get her done. I think I have the economy to sustain this, and my opponents absolutely do not. I'll need a boat to get my reinforcements over. I'll need a boat. Athens is under siege, so I won't build anything in it. Halicarnassus, on the other hand. How are you doing for trade? Not very good trade, believe it or not. Roads don't do much for you. A trader doesn't do much for you. Honestly, like a shrine to Aphrodite would help, but I think we just sit pretty on this city. We grab a shrine to Athena for the long-term corruption reduction. Don't forget that creating units consumes population. Yeah. It's true. It's why I'm recruiting. That's why I'm enslaving too, is so my population gets redistributed. Because I'm constantly recruiting, which is reducing my population. So he didn't quite manage to stop me here. Can I do some combines? How do you combine? Anyone remember how to combine units? Am I... hold down control. Any recruits here? Mercenary peltists. So let's do a little bit of a rework here. We've got Spartan spearmen. Not many. We've got like low... We're pretty heavy on the ranged with this army, but his army is like just trash. I don't know what he was even thinking attacking me. TBH. Should be a quick auto resolve. Yeah. Quick auto resolve. Boom. Easy. Then get in range and attack the city. Get yourself a siege tower or a pair of rams will do. And we'll go next turn with this. I hate fighting sieges on the offense, so I probably won't. 161 for a trade route? That seems pretty good. How do I build Spartans again? Hold on, that's a question. I need to get this city to be real big. Which means farming upgrades. Can I get a quick victory here? Really? They consider this equal. A pair of cavalry and 2 hastati is considered equal with a huge amount of hoplites? Really? Oh, I guess his generalship is way better. Oh, I'm gonna have to fight this manually. God damn it. Bleh. Bleh. It is the faction leader, that's true. We have to fight it manually. The auto resolve isn't in my favor. The general does have 100 soldiers, but I have hoplites. And I should be able to shred them. As far as I remember, they have absolutely no range units, so we can basically just go straight in. I will have the peltists carry... I don't know if I want the peltists to carry the... This is not the right units to carry the ram. Militia hoplites, absolutely. Get out of your phalanx and pick up that ram. Get out of your phalanx, pick up that ram. So that's you two. It's you. No, not like that, sir. We probably only need one ram, but I'll have one ready in the backup anyway. Right, let's go. Go ram the gates. So this should be a pretty straight shot here. My phalanxes, I don't think Hastati beat phalanxes, to be honest. In a city fight like this, as long as I can get them to maintain formation on this road, I think I should win this pretty easily, as long as my units don't rout. Especially because I have ranged superiority, because I have ranged units and they don't. And I can peck away at them for free kills over time. Alright, the gate is down.
The enemy gate is down.
Perfect.
Battering ram has done its work.
Make your way forward. Make your way forward. Make your way forward. I guess you're the first rank in.
Our soldiers have captured the walls.
Get in. Go, 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 go.
And capture this place.
Get in! In. You have a limited time to get a phalanx up before these guys hit you. And you will lose to Hastati, who get a ranged attack first, okay? Listen, get your phalanx up. Do it. Alright, good job. You guys need to run. Drop your phalanx. Drop the ram. Get up to the gate. Be in range for morale. I don't remember if that matters. So, if they charge straight into my spears, it'll be really bad for them. Yeah, they've already taken many, many losses. So that's good for me. Let's get the actual hoplites in. Be a bit of confusion here. Victory is almost a certainty. Yeah, hoplites are just disgusting against any other type of infantry. General's in range for thingy. Ooh. Okay, so we did... Ooh! Cheeky little spear tosses. Phalanx up. Go on, drop your spears. Drop your spears. This is the unit AI that I remember. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. There you go. Now you're in phalanx. Form a phalanx and attack. No, you're not in phalanx. Why are you doing that? Alright, so militia hoplites did their job. Now it's time for the actual hoplites to get up close and personal. Bring these guys. Bring the archers. What's the trick to open the phalanx with the testudo? You flank it. How is the volume on the game, by the way? Feels like super loud to me, but I have sensitive ears. So I'm thinking 2 of these backed up by 1 plus 2 range should be fine. I can leave the rest of my hoplites. Hold on. No, you're militia. You stay there. You come in. So the positioning of these units actually does matter a lot. We have to advance very carefully here, because if our hoplite formation breaks, we lose. Like this sort of shit right here, this is game losing, whatever they're doing right now. Can you encircle them with cavalry? Nah. That's not our strong point. Our strong point is forcing them to fight us head on with hoplites. If they want to flank us, they flank into a hoplite. Like, that's just how it works. When you're playing Greece, you want one really, really compressed front line that you can grind them down. I mean, theoretically, I could walk units around, but then it gets messy. It like takes a long time. You know what? I'll walk this hoplite group over. Hold on. What is happening? The fuck are you doing? See, this is the sort of shit when I talk about AI problems with this game. It's like they've just broken formation randomly. I gave no new orders, and they broke formation. Get your spears down. It's the one unfortunate thing about Total War Rome is that the pathfinding in cities with hoplites was really, really ass. Okay, go to normal speed. They will charge into my spears. There's 153 of them. Now is the time to stop shooting, sirs. So this is really unfortunate. We're going to lose a lot more hoplites than we should have, because they're taking out their swords and fighting rather than using their spear advantage. You know, it's part of life when you're playing this game. I do have a flanking set of hoplites though. Let's make sure the general's not too far. If you guys are going to stay here, it needs to be... You guys need to actually fight. And see, when I issue this fight command, they're going to, like, walk forward and get themselves killed. I guarantee it. Instead of, like, using their ranged advantage, see how they have their swords out? Instead of using their spear advantage. And now they're also letting them wrap. Okay, you guys need to be in Testudo. Make it happen before they get to you. Like, this sort of shit is really triggering. I don't know what they're doing. Drop your spears, please, before they attack you. I need to get the second group of hoplites in, because we're losing. It's so important that your units have these spears deployed. Put your spears down! Like, why aren't they putting their spears down? I don't understand. You see what I'm saying? Now they do it, but now they're all in weird melee with their swords out rather than their spears. It's, like, frustrating. But sometimes just pushing a second group of phalanxes through your first actually does the job, and then you retreat this one back. It causes a little bit of chaos on the front line, but usually it'll fix it. Thankfully, these guys didn't have many numbers. Yeah, now we're winning because we actually have the spear wall out. And we're only fighting lightly on the sides. How we doing here? Alright, they're broken. That's big. We only lost a few. You guys are going to drop phalanx and just charge. You need to maintain that phalanx for this cavalry charge. I'm telling you right now, dude. Here it comes. Yeah, the general is dangerous. I'm more than happy to shoot into my own troops to hit a general. Theoretically, the spears should be really effective, but like, look at them, they're all taking out their swords. Well, a few of them got spears out actually still. Where's the second group of spears? Get up here. It's not good. I'm gonna have to rely on militia spears now. Need to get my general into the fight. I don't know why all of my troops just like completely routed there. They're all routing, dude. That's devastating. I didn't have... he was able to charge through. Fall back. Get your phalanxes up. Maybe they'll charge into your phalanx. Yeah, it's too confused. This over here is going well for me though. Now I'm winning. Now I'm winning because I have enough mass in here with spears. These guys over here are useless. They're taking out their swords. This is always the most frustrating part of playing this game. Maybe don't shoot. Charge in with my general. These are powerful units. It'll help tip the battle. Perfect, perfect. So now they're going to be scared. They should start retreating, and now we can fight them in the actual battle area, the main square. Just get into your position. Perfect. Drop your phalanx. Run up. You guys, like, this is the frustrating part. These guys, like, if they moved a little bit more intelligently, like, they would have their spears down already for this charge. And instead they don't, so now they're going to lose this battle because all the front row guys pull out their spears for no reason. Enemy general, let's make sure that that doesn't go badly for me. I'm still doing okay. These are only like one tier up from militia, basically. Wiped out the enemy general. Maybe I can hit him from the back and cause... Well, you can't really cause a rout on this section. Their units will just break eventually. Like, I also hate this when you give a new command. Units will, like, stop and wait. Hit them from the back. I'm scared about my general. He's probably already taken a hit. But this is necessary, I think, to finish these guys off. Civ game done? Yep. It says Civ game finished. Post game stream. Oh, stretch. Perfect. Japanda, thank you so much. Yeah, losing the general, it happens. It's really unfortunate. We did get most of our hoplites back because of the... No, actually. That was a very Pyrrhic victory. Losing a general and so many units. God, that's frustrating. Well, that's Rome Total War for you. We're going to go ahead. We want to enslave this to reduce the population to make it easier to maintain. We want to retrain as much of this as possible in this turn. They'll put this city under siege, but during the return phase, retrain phase, I should be able to get someone over here. The lack of a general, I'm going to pop him over to this city, actually. I'm going to look at this city. and set them to a low tax rate to keep them happy. This should be a pretty quick auto resolve, to be honest with you. Yeah, easy. I'm gonna occupy this. We got the Statue of Zeus now, so that's a huge loyalty boost. So between Statue of Zeus and Mausoleum, we're gonna develop extremely quickly here. So if we look at the status, right, it's been, how many turns have I played? I haven't played that many. I've played like maybe 10 turns, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 settlements. We've literally doubled the size of our empire in 10 turns. This is the sort of aggression you really need to play with in Rome. We can take out Macedon in 3 city kills. Boom, boom, boom. We have the army potentially to do it. I would like to get a retrain in or some combines. Because I'm getting very... I'm low on hoplites in this army, but we have hoplites coming in to reinforce. So that's not too bad. Let's make this happen. Just whatever that is, we'll get rid of it. Get out of the city because I want to get a real picture of its loyalty. Boom, boom. 2 peasants should hold loyalty in most cities early game. Can you actually train? You can. More hoplites. Can you capture the Venetian arsenal? It's all the way up here and it hasn't been built yet. I'm happy with this though. This is like a good start to a campaign of Rome Total War. To be on 5 cities, have Mausoleum, be already winning a war. Now this army here scares me, is the problem. But I have taken out his faction leader. I'm pretty sure I killed his faction leader.
Be quick. Our patience is limited.
What if I offered you a ceasefire? Ooh. You would not like that. If I can get a quick retrain in here and pop down to defend Syracuse before they can assault it, I think I'm good. I have a boat here for Pergamum so I can launch reinforcements. Doop, 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 doop. Pergamum. Go down to low taxes and make yourself 2 peasants to occupy. And then we'll probably drop these extra troops here so we have a mega doom stack that we can just start like throwing troops into the fray here to kill Macedon nice and early. Macedon's the type of civ, it feels like, who, if you don't deal with them early, they get scary. Kind of like Rome. Yeah, I think we are good. This will be Stream Greek Run Day 1. So we'll play this again, maybe someday. Maybe. Otherwise, we had a fun civ game. Let's go ahead and launch an old raid. And otherwise, I'm going to bed. It's 1 a.m. I love you all very much.